Chapter 306. Huai Beiya covered her face and chuckled. She didn't hide anything and said, "The Million Trading Company has branches all over the 3 continents. We know everyone's background on the 3 continents. However, we couldn't find out which village or town you came from, so we guessed that you came from the Moyun mountain range. The Moyun mountain range is the only place where we didn't set up a branch. We specially sent nascent soul spies there to investigate. We didn't expect you to be a famous person there." Mu Yu was extremely surprised. The Million Trading Company was indeed powerful. He thought that he had concealed his origin very well. He didn't expect that they would still be able to find out. He continued to look at other people's information. He was surprised to see some familiar names on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard. Luo Shong, 39th Supreme Immortal, unknown origin. Shimon Wuji, 40th Supreme Immortal, disciple of Xie Yularo, the golden boy of the evil sect. Cheng Yang, 50th Supreme Immortal, unknown origin. Xiong Nan, 76th Supreme Immortal, unknown origin. Lan Ling 81st Supreme Immortal, unknown origin. Mu Yu felt that it was natural that his senior brothers and sisters were on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard. What surprised Mu Yu was that whether it was Cheng Yang, Luo Shong, Xiong Nan, or Lan Ling they didn't write that their master was Jian Ying or Chen Feng. They also didn't write down their origins or Dharma treasures. This was strange. Many people didn't write down their origins or masters. Are there people that the Million Trading Company can't find out? Mu Yu asked curiously. We're still investigating the origins of a few Supreme Immortals. I believe that we'll be able to find out soon, Huai Beiya said with a smile. The Supreme Immortal leaderboard had been released for less than 10 days, but the Million Trading Company had already found the information of 80% of the Supreme Immortals on the leaderboard. Such pervasive investigation ability was really amazing. Mu Yu's identity as real God Mu Yu's disciple was made known to everyone because of that strange voice when he was being verified by the Supreme Immortal ranking spiritual runes and was heard by the people from Elixir Cauldron sect. When Cheng Yang and the rest got the spiritual runes, no one was around, so they didn't leak it. But with the $1 million Trading Company's means, they would definitely find out that Cheng Yang they all came from the Moyun mountain range. However, Cheng Yang and the others had always kept a low profile, unlike him, who clearly wanted to keep a low profile but made a big deal out of it. This piece of green jade was no longer just a simple gift. After all, the information of every single person on the Supreme Immortal rankings was extremely valuable. If an extreme immortal wanted to make a name for himself, it would be extremely important for him to understand his opponent's background. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Once you fight, you won't be caught off guard. This information was extremely precious to many extreme immortals. If Mu Yu wanted to challenge someone, he would have to figure out the details of the person first. Only by understanding the opponent thoroughly would he be more confident in defeating the opponent. Your $1 million Trading Company gave this information to all the extreme immortals? Mu Yu asked. Huai Beiya smiled and shook her head. Of course not. You have to know that we do business. It's necessary for us merchants to have access to information. We have always flattered the saying information is wealth. We won't give our information to anyone for free. If an extreme immortal wants to know about his opponent, he can come to our company to buy it. If other cultivators want to buy it, they have to pay a higher price. Mu Yu was a little angry. He felt like all his privacy had been peeped at, and it had become a means for others to profit. This made him very unhappy. As if she could see Mu Yu's dissatisfaction, Huai Beiya continued, "It's actually very difficult for us to sell your information. You have to know that you're already a famous person in the 3 continents. Almost everyone knows about the magnificent things you've done in the cultivation world in the past. However, because your identity is a little special, I've decided to give you all the information of the extreme immortals for free. If you still want to know the rest of the information, you can go to any $1 million Trading Company in any city. As long as you take out this piece of green jade, our company's people will immediately update the information on it for you." Am I the only one who has this piece of green jade? Mu Yu was surprised. This was an item that was invaluable to many extreme immortals, and Huai had only given it to him for free. Other cultivators have to pay a lot of money to get information on an extreme immortal. The price of each extreme immortal is different. Currently, we're still unable to find out the information of the top 12. We only know their names. Of course, there are still some people we can't find out, but we'll fill them up very soon. Huai smiled. She was very confident in her company's ability to collect information. The way they sold the information of the extreme immortals was very smart. The information of each extreme immortal was sold separately. The higher the ranking, the more expensive the information would be. If one wanted to get the information of all 99 extreme immortals on the extreme immortal leaderboard at once, they would have to pay a huge price. It could be calculated with an astronomical figure. However, Huai directly gave all the information of the extreme immortals to Mu Yu. She was really generous. $1 million trading company thought highly of Mu Yu's potential. Once again, they looked for Mu Yu to do a favor with him. She believed that this deal would not be a loss. How could a deal with a third-stage true God Lu's disciple be a loss? Aren't you afraid that the other extreme immortals will cause trouble for you by selling their information like this? Mu Yu asked with a frown. Huai shook her head slightly and said, "Every extreme immortal on the extreme immortal leaderboard is very famous. Just ask around a little and you'll know what's so special about them. These things aren't really private. They're just things that you extreme immortals show to the public. We're just combining all the information together to save everyone the trouble of asking around. We're just getting the information faster. We're not really invading your privacy, are we?" Huai actually only mentioned one point. They would try their best to find out the secrets of many extreme immortals. However, they would definitely not sell them openly. If one wanted to know some of the hidden information of the extreme immortals, they would have to pay a higher price. Naturally, this information would not appear in Mu Yu's green jade. Collecting information was a very tedious task, especially since the people on the extreme immortal leaderboard were constantly changing. The $1 million trading firm had to ensure that the information of the newly promoted extreme immortals was collected in the shortest time possible. Once an extreme immortal died, it would mean that all the information collected about that extreme immortal would be invalid. Therefore, the $1 million trading firm would have to face the risk of losing money. However, according to the popularity of the extreme immortal leaderboard, many rich people or big sects were very interested in the information about the extreme immortals. The more manpower and resources the $1 million trading firm invested, the more impressive the returns would be. Overall, they would definitely make a profit. I appreciate Miss Bayer's kindness. I wonder if there's anything else. Mu Yu was still very upset. It was very infuriating that his own business was being used as a means to make a profit. However, the $1 million trading firm was very rich. No matter how upset he was, there was nothing he could do about it. Then I won't disturb Mu Yu any further. Goodbye. Huai bowed and left with a smile. Mu Yu looked at Huai departing figure and pursed his lips. Is no one going to teach the $1 million trading firm a lesson? Kumu harumphed. Just keep a low profile in the future. Mu Yu, you said you were a good young man who kept a low profile. Xiao Shuai pursed his lips. I swear, I've always wanted to be a low-profile young man with 3 virtues, 4 virtues, and 5 beauties. Mu Yu rubbed his forehead. But now that Jian Ying's identity as Chen Feng's disciple had been exposed, what was the point of keeping a low profile? Let me have a look. The information on this is all engraved using a spell formation. The person who created this spell formation is no ordinary person. Kumu took the green jade from Mu Yu's hand and gently stroked it. He then flipped it over and carefully examined it. He then harumphed and tossed it back to Mu Yu. They really dare to do this kind of business. Kumu's mouth revealed a trace of ridicule. The $1 million trading firm invited people from the Array faction to help them make this piece of green jade. But this time, they went a bit overboard. This was not the first time Mu Yu had heard of people from the Array faction. The Array faction was the only faction on the 3rd layer of the continent that studied spell formations. It was said that when they fought with others, they relied on spell formations and were very powerful. Is there anything special about this piece of green jade? Mu Yu asked curiously. I told you to learn spell formations from me, but you didn't listen. You're really burying my spell formation skills. Kumu scolded. I learned it. You don't know how many times I avoided danger in the second layer of heaven by relying on my spell formation knowledge. Mu Yu helplessly replied. Your little attainments in array formations are not even worth mentioning. Any random array master from the array faction can throw you 10 streets away, Kumu said. People from the array faction were called spell formation masters in the cultivation world. There was a publicly recognized rumor in the cultivation world that spell formation masters had the most terrifying combat power in a short period of time among cultivators of the same realm. However, the biggest weakness of spell formation masters was that they were powerless. Once they could withstand the spell formation master's explosive power, they could only be defeated. Mu Yu also knew little about the spell formation masters of the array faction. He had not met anyone from the array faction until now. He shrugged his shoulders. Then what about you, old man? How powerful are your spell formation skills? My spell formation skills? All the spell formation masters of the array faction added together are not enough for me, Kumu said disdainfully. Then, he lightly snorted. Speaking of which, there is only one person in the array faction that can make me afraid. In short, except for one person, the rest of the people in the array faction are not worth mentioning. There is a hidden spell formation in this piece of green jade. It should have been set up by a relatively powerful spell formation master. If you're really smart, you'll find it. Mu Yu turned over and over again but still could not find the hidden spell formation that Kumu was talking about. His spell formation skills could only be considered superficial compared to Kumu's. After looking at it for a long time, he only knew that the Extreme Immortal's information on it was engraved with a spell formation. He could not see anything else. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. When are you going to properly learn about formations from me? There are many spell formations in the cultivation world. Even the limit mark on your hand is a spell formation set up by the third layer palace. It is specially used to identify people. Kumu explained the things on the green jade. Learn. I will definitely learn. Chapter 307. Shadow Sword City, $1 Million Trading Company. There was an attic at the bottom of the trading company. This attic was small and exquisite, and the furniture was simple and elegant. All of them were carved from precious wood. At this moment, Hui Beiya was sitting in the attic. She lazily leaned on the soft cushion and looked at the stout middle-aged man in front of her. This middle-aged man was probably not unfamiliar to many people. He was the big boss of $1 Million Trading Company, Hui Beiya. He brewed a pot of high-quality ancient orchid fragrance tea. This tea was taken from a 10,000-meter-high lonely peak in the northern wilderness. The value of this pot of tea was already immeasurable. He slowly took a sip and closed his eyes to feel the tea fragrance seeping into his heart. He was reluctant to part with it. He accepted it. Hui Beiya indifferently asked. Hui Beiya gently smiled and said, he couldn't bear to reject such a precious gift. The person beside him is Deadwood Changqing, right? Hui Beiya continued to ask. From Mu Yu's attitude towards him, that man is undoubtedly Deadwood Changqing. There aren't many people who can casually berate a true God's disciple and not have him talk back. Hui Beiya said. Hui Beiya put down the tea in his hand and said, I didn't expect Deadwood Changqing to become so young. It's said that it's due to the origin returning pill. That's a 7th level pill. The news from Danding sect said that Mu Yu fused with an incomplete pill. This child can't be underestimated. But he accepted that treasure. Then we can clearly grasp the true God's disciple's next move. He's hiding a huge amount of wealth on him. I'm sure many people want to know his every move. But I'm sure no one can do it better than us. Hui Beiya touched her slender fingers and said softly. The array on the green jade was created by Hui Beiya, specially invited as Yantian array master from the array sect. The array sect was an ancient sect. Their sect was best at setting up arrays. Many sects had invited them to set up their mountain-protecting formation. The formations they set up were extremely mysterious and could be watertight. It was a piece of cake for them to cross the sea and steal the sky to change the sun. They were especially good at arrays within arrays. Even self-cultivators who studied arrays all year round in the cultivation world might not necessarily be able to break their arrays. There was an indiscernible array hidden on that piece of green jade. It was an index array that could accurately feed back the position of the green jade to the spies of the million-dollar trading company hidden all over the continent, so that they could capture Muyu's movements and collect information about the true god's disciple. Huai Beiya had given Muyu all the information about the extreme celestials. In return, she knew about Muyu's movements. Presumably, many people would be willing to pay a high price to find out about the true god's disciple. No matter what, first-hand information was always the most valuable. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a butler walked in and respectfully said, "Master, Miss, Stargate's heaven does not wait for young master. He wants to talk business." "The heavens won't wait. The 55th Extreme Immortal's heaven will not wait." Huai Baiwan and Huai Beiya looked at each other and saw an unspoken look in each other's eyes. "Let him in," Huai Baiwan said indifferently. The middle-aged man turned around and left. Soon, he brought a handsome and graceful young man into the pavilion. Then, he left. "Greetings, Boss Huai, Miss Beiya." The heavens won't wait smiled and cupped his hands. "The heavens won't wait for you." He was very handsome and had an extraordinary way of talking. There was a sense of affinity in his gestures, which made people have a good impression of him. He was the second son of the master of Stargate and was also Tian Yun's biological brother. Tian Yun had been idle since he was young. His cultivation talent was all built up by relying on pills. However, the heavens won't wait for you. All of his cultivation was real, and there was no external help. Stargate's heaven doesn't wait for young master. "I've heard a lot about you. Please take a seat," Huai Baiwan said with a smile. Huai Beiya revealed a charming smile and said, "The heavens won't wait for young master. You're now the 55th Extreme Celestial. That's really amazing. You flatter me, Miss Beiya." The heavens won't wait for you smiled and sat next to Huai Baiwan. "Young master, if you have something to say, I'll do my best to help you." Huai Baiwan poured a cup of tea for the heavens. The heavens took a sip and said, "I've heard that Huai Baiwan has a lot of information, so I'm here to buy some information from you." "What kind of information does young master want to buy?" Huai Beiya asked. The heavens put down the cup and smiled. "How much is the 80th Extreme Celestial on the Extreme Celestial leaderboard worth?" The 80th Extreme Celestial, true God's disciple, Muyu. Huai Beiya covered her face and smiled. "Young master, why are you wasting money? The true God's disciple is already famous in the cultivation world. Who doesn't know about him? It was said that when he was born, a murderous aura descended from the heavens, and a grey lightning struck the roof. This lightning came so quickly that even the sect master of the Heavenly Star sect could not stop it in time. His mother died after giving birth to him. The sect master of Stargate named him Heaven Won't Wait. Even the heavens don't want to see him. The youngest son of Stargate's sect master, the playboy Tian Yun, was the half-brother of Heaven Won't Wait. Many people knew that Tian Yun's arm was broken by Muyu in the second layer of heaven, so it was reasonable that the heavens wanted to find trouble with Muyu at this moment. "Of course I know what he has done, but I heard that he recently appeared in Shadow Sword City, but he disappeared again. If you want to find a person's whereabouts, other than the Silhouette organization, there is only Huai Baiwan in the world. I don't like to deal with arrogant assassins, I prefer to do business with people with sentiments." The tone of the heavens was so easygoing that no one would think that he would cause the death of his mother. "I like people who are straightforward like you." Huai Beiya smiled. "I wonder if this is worth it to buy the whereabouts of the true God's disciple." Tian Won't Wait took out a brocade box, put it on the table, and pushed it in front of Huai Baiwan. Huai Baiwan gently opened the brocade box and said with a surprised look, "Level 6 elixir? It's a myriad treasure ancient god elixir. A level 6 elixir was already very precious on the market. It was worth at least 10 million spirit stones. This myriad treasure ancient god elixir was comparable to an ordinary level 7 elixir. It was the best level 6 elixir. After taking it, it could increase the combat power of a spirit-severing stage cultivator by 4 levels. This is the elixir refined by Elder Shi Dengtian of the Danding sect. Tian won't wait continued. Shi Dengtian of the Danding sect was a level 6 alchemist. His identity and status in the world of cultivators was already an existence that everyone wanted to curry favor with. The elixirs he refined were even more valuable. His grandson Shi Minghui died in the hands of Mu Yu. Huai Baiwan also knew about this matter. Myriad treasure ancient god elixir, this price is a bit high. Huai Baiwan accepted the myriad treasure ancient god elixir. This was a level 6 elixir. Not everyone in the world of cultivators was like Mu Yu, who extorted such a high-level alchemist's elixir. If Mu Yu knew that he had been sold for only a single tier 6 medicinal pill, he would definitely be so angry that he would sell everything he had. Damn it. This brother has a lot of level 6 and level 7 elixirs. As long as you say it, there is nothing I can't take out. I can smash you to death. In fact, Mu Yu didn't know that the alchemist's wealth was comparable to that of a country. A high-level alchemist could casually take out a high-level elixir and sell it for a good price. He now had countless level 6 and level 7 elixirs in his pocket. This was already a huge sum of money that ordinary people didn't dare to think about. Young master, you came at the right time. We have just found the whereabouts of the true god's disciple. I will immediately send a spy to take you there. Huai Beiya said with a smile. She knew that the green jade she had invested in Mu Yu was starting to recover its cost. Tian Bu Waits took another sip of tea. His expression was still calm. So what if he was the true god's disciple? The Supreme Immortal Leaderboard was extremely dangerous. Once one was on the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard, one's life and death was up to fate. If the true god wanted to take revenge, then go to the Threefold Palace, Dusk Demon Forest. The Dusk Demon Forest was located south of Sword Shadow City. It was a forest of demonic beasts. There were high-level demonic beasts roaming around. The lowest cultivation level was level 5. Very few people below the out-of-body stage would go there. However, just yesterday, Mu Yu brought the dead tree into the Dusk Demon Forest. Mu Yu's movements were already under Huai Baiwan's control. A dark-skinned man stood outside the Dusk Demon Forest. Beside him was the young master of Stargate. Tian Bu waits for young master. Young master, bring this purple jade into the Dusk Demon Forest. The true god's disciple is in this forest. The purple jade will bring you to the true god's disciple. It will sense the green jade on the true god's disciple. My cultivation isn't high enough, so I can't go in, the dark-skinned man said respectfully. Tian Bu Waits took the purple jade. The location of the green jade immediately appeared in his mind. The dark-skinned man's figure had already silently left. Bringing Tian Bu Waits here meant that his mission was complete. Although my little brother is trash, it doesn't mean you can break his legs as you wish. Tian Bu Waits was still as polite as ever. His figure disappeared as he entered the Dusk Demon Forest. In the Dusk Demon Forest, the auras of powerful demonic beasts constantly intertwined. From time to time, powerful roars could be heard. Huai Baiwan watched Tian Bu Waits' figure disappear into the Dusk Demon Forest and turned to ask leisurely, one is someone not favored by the heavens, the other is Sword Shadow Chenfeng's disciple. Who do you think will win? They were only in charge of business. Who won and who lost was just a joke. It's hard to say. Tian Bu Waits isn't a simple person. That guy has always kept a low profile, but according to the information we have, his true strength is enough to fight with a spirit-severing expert. Mu Yu's cultivation is at the 2nd level of out-of-body realm. His battle strength is comparable to the 9th level of out-of-body realm, but I'm afraid he still can't fight with Tian Bu Waits, Huai Beiya said. In the past, if the extreme immortals on the extreme immortal ranking were to fight the humans and demons, the demons probably wouldn't have had any chance of winning. After all, the humans were a race with huge potential. Many talented people weren't in 8 Grass Village that day. Of course, the strength of the top few on the Extreme Immortal ranking must have surpassed out-of-body realm and stepped into the spirit-severing realm. The most terrifying thing was that they had a doppelganger cultivation before the age of 40. With Tien Bu Wait's talent, it was inevitable that he would step into the spirit-severing realm before the age of 40. Chapter 308. Heaven Doesn't Wait politely placed a 5th-rank Scarlet Shadow Wind Eagle on the ground. This Scarlet Shadow Wind Eagle's entire body was red, and its golden feathers pointed towards the sky. It was supposed to be an extremely tyrannical existence, but at this moment, its wings were already broken, and its stomach was also cut open. Boss Huai, it seems there is a problem with our transaction. Heaven Doesn't Wait gently said. Huai Baiwan's pupils shrunk. Looking at the green jade exposed in the stomach of the Scarlet Shadow Wind Eagle, he was extremely flabbergasted. He looked at Huai Beiya with an inquiring gaze. The lazy smile on Huai Beiya's face had already disappeared, and it was replaced by a look of astonishment. Why would that priceless green jade appear in the stomach of a 5th-rank monster? Didn't she give this green jade to the disciple of a true god? Boss Huai, shouldn't you return the myriad treasure ancient god pill to me? Heaven Doesn't Wait didn't show any anger, as if this was a very normal matter. Although I don't like dealing with assassins, but it seems there is no way to avoid this. Huai Baiwan and Huai Beiya's complexion became extremely unsightly. The most fearful thing for a businessman was to have a problem with their goods exposed in front of their face, and even threaten to buy it from their competitor. The reputation of a merchant was the most important thing for a businessman. Unfortunately, even the astute Huai Baiwan was careless and suffered a setback. Getting the information of an extreme immortal for free is not bad. Mu Yu said with a playful smile. They had already left the setting sun demon forest and were heading towards the 50-li garden in the south. Dead Tree smiled and said, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. The people from the Array faction were indeed powerful. The array they set up was also very ingenious. However, Dead Tree was also an expert in array formations. Once an expert made a move, one would know whether or not it was real. Green Jade's index array was directly discovered by Dead Tree. To be honest, apart from the little tricks played by Huai Baiwan, the value of this green jade was really enough to make people jealous. The information of 70 to 80 extreme immortals was complete, and they could even think of the suggestions to break the moves of each extreme immortal. With this green jade, the weaknesses and advantages of each extreme immortal could be seen at a glance. If Mu Yu wanted to challenge any extreme immortal, he could think of a way to win in advance, although some methods were very difficult to achieve. For example, the method to defeat Shimen Wuji only had a few words written on it. Second celestial layer of spirit severing stage can handle it. Shimen Wuji was only at the 9th celestial layer of out-of-body stage. If he wanted to defeat him, he would need to be at the 2nd celestial layer of out-of-body stage. One could imagine how abnormal this fellow was. And Luo Shong was also an out-of-body stage cultivator. His ranking was even higher than Mu Yu's. Even Shimen Wuji didn't want to provoke Mu Yu's cheap second apprentice brother, but the Green Jade didn't give any suggestion to defeat him. Ku Mu originally wanted to destroy the jade, but Mu Yu wanted to play a prank on him. First, he found a place and spent some time to extract all the information from the jade. Then, he caught a rank 5 Crimson Shadow Wind Eagle and stuffed the jade into its stomach. Then, he kindly released it back into the forest. It was everyone's responsibility to protect wild animals. You want to play tricks on me? You're still too inexperienced. Mu Yu didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. This $1 million trading company was scheming against him, so he also wanted to squeeze some profits out of it. At this moment, the $1 million trading company might have already sold his information to some idiot and was waiting to make a loss. Thinking of this, Mu Yu felt a burst of joy. There's still someone from the demon race on the Supreme Immortal ranking. Looks like the Third Layer Palace has indeed tacitly approved of the appearance of the demon race. Also, your handwriting is too sloppy. You should practice it. Mu scanned the information on the paper and was very dissatisfied with the handwriting Mu Yu had copied. He had to spend a lot of time to recognize Mu Yu's handwriting. Mu Yu's handwriting was taught by the village chief since he was young. However, he didn't seriously learn how to write. The village chief often said that his handwriting was like an earthworm, but he didn't think much of it. There were 19 demon race members on the Supreme Immortal ranking, and one of them was even in the top 10. It could be seen that the younger generation of the demon race couldn't be underestimated. Mu Yu also saw Qiao Shui. Qiao Shui was the 86th Extreme Immortal. Her information only had 3 simple words: demon race. Old Master, why do you think that place is called the 50-Mile Garden in the south? Mu Yu had always felt that this name was weird. What was the 50-Mile Garden in the south? Could it be that this town was 50 miles long? This name was too sloppy. You will know. Mu didn't want to explain. Mu Yu soon understood. The 50-Mile Garden in the south was a town. It was completely the world of cultivators. There were no ordinary people, and everyone had more or less cultivation. There were a total of 50 streets, and each street was different in length. The streets were named according to their length. They were 1st Mile Street, 2nd Mile Street, and 50 Mile Street. This was also how the 50-Mile Garden came to be. Every street was crisscrossed, and it was impossible to find the way without someone to show the way. There were shops opened by cultivators on both sides of the street. They mainly sold cultivation materials and all kinds of rare treasures. There were nascent soul stage and out-of-body stage experts patrolling this place every day. No one dared to cause trouble here. Mu Yu stood on a street and was instantly dumbfounded. There were so many streets, and each street was so spacious. Where could he find Luo Shong? When he came in just now, Mu Yu had been warned by the gatekeeper that flying was not allowed in the 50-Mile Garden. Even people in the out-of-body stage had to walk obediently. If Mu Yu wanted to walk through a street, it would probably take him half a day. The street Mu Yu was on was called 1st Mile Street. He saw these 3 words when he first entered the city. People came and went on the street. There were all kinds of people, and they were all cultivators with different cultivation. Looking around, it was basically cultivators in the Jindan period. Some of the errands were done by cultivators in the Jindan period, such as the shop assistants and the guards at the door. Their cultivation was in the Jindan period. Mu Yu thought of the Moyun mountain range. As long as one's cultivation reached the gold core stage, one would basically become an elder in the sect. Who would have thought that those elders, who were usually high and mighty, would at most be a shop assistant here? Let's go this way. Dead Tree had been here before. He led Mu Yu to the center of 1st Mile Street with ease. There was a shop there that was more magnificent than the other shops. The shop's signboard was written in red and gold with the 4 big words omnidirectional access. The vermilion pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes, and the floor was paved with red jade. It was quite luxurious. From time to time, there was an endless stream of cultivators walking in. It seemed that business was booming. But one thing that made Mu Yu feel strange was that a large number of cultivators poured into the omnidirectional access shop, but not a single cultivator came out. No one comes out. Is this a black shop? Mu Yu could not help but mutter. Mu Yu looked around and found that no one felt that there was anything wrong with this shop. Many people walked in hurriedly, and some people walked forward along the street and then turned into different streets. Thinking about it, so many people should not have disappeared for no reason, and it was impossible for a black shop to open here. There must be something special about this shop. It was not a bad idea to take a look. Dead Tree had already stepped into the omnidirectional access shop, and Mu Yu also followed. It was spacious and bright inside, but there were more people. This was a long and narrow hall. 3 or 4 young shop assistants were sitting at the front counter. They were patiently talking with some cultivators who had entered the shop. Some people directly bypassed the counter and went to the back. Mu Yu walked closer and listened. He could barely hear the shop assistant's voice in such a noisy place. The best herb shop. There are a total of 20 herb shops here. There is a 100 herb hall on the 25th Mile Street, which belongs to the Pill Cauldron sect. If you have enough spirit stones, you can go there. You can definitely find the herbs you want. There is a spirit herb gathering on the 18th Mile Street, which is also not bad. If you have no money, you can go to the side and look at the signs on the wall. It's all there. The young shop assistant with freckles pointed. Yu looked in the direction he was pointing. There was a map on the wall. Every street in the 50-mile garden was clearly drawn on the map. There were shops on the map, and what they sold. Some of the words were even drawn with a red pen, which was particularly prominent. It must be because of advertising. Yu saw that on the 12th Mile Street, there was 100 refined products that sold cultivators' magical equipment. On the 10th Mile Street, there was a monster core monopoly. Yu remembered that he had obtained a lot of monster cores in the second layer of heaven. If he took them out to sell, he might be able to get a good price. However, those monster cores were now given to the dead tree. The monster cores were very helpful to the dead tree's cultivation. If you can't find your senior brother, you can find Shimon Shaochu. Shimon Shaochu is a member of the evil sect. The evil sect's nest is in the Laudian Garden. You can find out which street the Laudian Garden is on. The dead tree pointed at the map and said. Yu opened his eyes wide. He looked for the Laudian Garden's sign on this dazzling map. This was not an easy task, because there were too many words on the map. They were densely packed and small. Some of the words were like dragons flying and phoenixes flying. They looked even uglier than his handwriting. Yu looked for a long time. His eyes were about to cry, but he still couldn't find the Laudian Garden. Every street was measured by miles. Every street had many different shops, not to mention the busiest 50-mile street, which was 50 miles long. With so many shop names, it was strenuous to read them all. Yu thought for a while. It was better to ask the shop assistant. He lined up behind a sweaty and smelly man. This man's cultivation was at the nascent soul stage. His clothes were very simple. There were many holes in his clothes, as if he ran out from a herd of wild beasts. His clothes were also stained with blood. Under his waist, there was a bloody fourth-rank spirit leopard's head. It looked particularly terrifying. He should be here to sell demonic beasts. Little brother, which street is the spirit beast hall on? Although the man's cultivation was higher than the shop assistant, he didn't have the slightest arrogance. Instead, he was very polite. The 20th Mile Street. The shop assistant answered lazily. He was a cultivator from the Jindan period, but in front of a nascent soul stage cultivator, he didn't have the slightest bit of flattery. Presumably, he often dealt with people with higher cultivation than him and was used to it. The man walked towards the back of the counter. Yu then went forward and asked, "Little brother, may I ask where the Laudian Garden is?" The shop assistant was originally lazy, but when he suddenly heard the name Laudian Garden, he looked at Yu with a strange expression. Then, he said, "Laudian Garden, 38th Mile Street, 38th Mile Street." The location of the evil sect was extraordinary. After Yu politely thanked him, he called Deadwood and followed the man behind the counter. In fact, the reputation of the Laudian Garden was very bad. It was the property of the evil sect. Generally, only people from the evil sect would go to the Laudian Garden. The shop assistant thought that Yu was from the evil sect, so he had a strange expression. Walking along the back of the counter, there was a long corridor. Many people gathered in the corridor, waiting in line. Yu walked forward and saw a compartment. There was actually a transmission array in the compartment. With the size of this array, it should be able to transmit one person at a time. He saw a person standing on top of the transmission array. Then, he pressed a spirit stone into a groove, and the person suddenly disappeared. Yu also knew about the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation in the cultivation realm was very short. It was impossible to make a teleportation formation from the third to the second heavenly layer, but it was still possible to make a small teleportation formation. Chapter 309. When Yu opened his eyes, he was already in another cubicle, and a woman just so happened to walk out of her cubicle at the same time. Mu Yu looked at the woman's cubicle and found that she had been teleported here from 14th Street. This woman's cultivation was also at the out-of-body stage, and she appeared to be in her 20s. The parts of her body that should be exposed were covered, and the parts that shouldn't be exposed were half-covered, causing one's imagination to run wild. Her body was faintly discernible, and her eyes seemed to be able to hook one's soul. Even Mu Yu couldn't help but take a second look at her. When she saw Mu Yu, she immediately revealed an enchanting smile. She was like a devastatingly beautiful femme fatale, and from time to time, she would send flirtatious glances at Mu Yu, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. However, her gaze only lingered on Mu Yu for 2 seconds before she looked past Mu Yu and fell on Ku Mu. "Yo, uncle, you look so masculine. Can we be friends?" The enchanting woman walked over to Ku Mu and rubbed his arm with her hand, revealing a teasing expression. At the same time, her nose gently sniffed, and she almost licked Ku Mu. "Hey, do you think I'm invisible?" Mu Yu bluntly asked. This enchanting woman was too much. She actually directly ignored Mu Yu. The enchanting woman glanced at Mu Yu, covered her face, and chuckled, "Little brother, don't be sad. I prefer mature men, and I don't like immature brats." "Hey, what immature brat? Big sister, you have to be more polite." Mu Yu's face darkened. He was a virtuous young man, and he was actually called immature. This was too hurtful. "Don't call me big sister, call me big sister. Big sister is only 20 years old this year." The enchanting woman was still staring at Ku Mu with sparkling eyes, and she even licked her lips. "Go away," Ku Mu simply said. The enchanting woman wasn't angry at all, but Mu Yu had already protected the dead tree behind him. A faint pressure swept over, and he warned, "Did you hear that? My family's old man asked you to go away." The enchanting woman giggled and let out a tinkling sound. "Aya, I have something to deal with right now, so I won't lower myself to your level. Uncle, by all means, don't leave this street. You have to wait for me to come back." After she finished speaking, she swayed her beautiful waist and looked back at the dead tree 3 times with every step she took before disappearing outside. "Damn it. I'm handsome too." Mu Yu touched his face. He wasn't too happy about being looked down upon. Normally speaking, when a woman saw an old man and a young man, she should be lenient towards the young man. However, this enchanting woman didn't act according to the norm. Instead, she fell in love with the old man, Ku Mu. This was too unreasonable. Although Ku Mu looked like he was only in his 40s and was quite good-looking, Mu Yu was obviously more energetic than him. 38 Lee Street is the territory of the evil sects. I have never been here before, so be careful. The people of the evil sects are very perverse. I reckon this woman is also from the evil sects. They like people according to their own preferences. Even if this woman likes another woman, I would still feel that it's normal. Ku Mu took the lead and walked out. Mu Yu shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps this enchanting woman had a certain uncle fetish. He recalled that time when Shimon Wuching had climbed into his bed in the middle of the night just to ask about Tian Rant's name. The way the people of the evil sects did things was also extremely incomprehensible. This street was 38 li long. There were a lot of big houses and courtyards. Some of them didn't look like shops, but they looked very strange and deserted. Faintly, there were some strange sounds coming from the big houses and courtyards. It sounded like the sound of grinding teeth, but also like the sound of butcher chopping meat. It was especially frightening. Mu Yu walked 2 steps and saw a shop called Jushin Shop. There was actually a dried-up human skull hanging at the entrance. There were 2 blood-stained big eyes in the pitch-black eye sockets. The skull was staring at Mu Yu. An old woman with a mouth full of yellow teeth was sitting at the entrance. She was smiling maliciously at Mu Yu. This old woman's face was wrinkled, but the instant she saw Mu Yu, her eyes emitted a burst of light. "Young man, you are very handsome. How about playing with this old woman?" The old woman's voice sounded very crisp, just like the voice of a little girl. Oh my God! Mu Yu had goosebumps after being stared at by the skeleton and the old woman. Especially the voice of the old woman, it scared him even more. What was this dying old woman trying to do? Her face was wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, and her voice was just like a 7 or 8 years old little girl. She couldn't be a real mother of heaven, right? I am not your mother, you can call me Xiao Hong. The old woman's smile was just like a blossoming chrysanthemum. Xiao Hong, your sister. Seeing the strange expression of the old woman, Mu Yu had goosebumps all over his body again. Just now, that enchanting woman had an uncle complex, but this old woman looked like an old cow eating young grass. Was there no one normal on this street? Mu Yu and the dead tree hurriedly walked faster. Fortunately, that old woman didn't follow them. She just sat there and watched them leave. Mu Yu and the dead tree walked until the old woman couldn't be seen anymore. It's too unfair. Why didn't that young woman like me, but that chrysanthemum-faced old woman took a fancy to me? Mu Yu said indignantly, shouldn't Xiao Hong like you, and that big sister likes me? What's the use of talking about routines with people from the evil sects on 38th Mile Street? If they acted according to common sense, would they still be called evil sects? A smile appeared on the corner of Deadwood's mouth. However, in terms of their preference for men, I quite admire the evil faction's foresight. You can make do with that, that's Xiao Hong. F***CK, are you my master? I must have saved a fake dead tree from the Pill Cauldron sect. The real dead tree wouldn't be so indecent. Mu Yu was angry. Thinking about that chrysanthemum-faced Xiao Hong, he felt nauseous. He didn't dare to continue thinking about other things. He felt like he could throw up the food he had eaten last night. Why did he give her the name Xiao Hong? She was already sunset red. Hurry up and find Luyin Yuan. The dead tree's mood became surprisingly good. This time, he didn't hit Mu Yu's head. Instead, he patted Mu Yu's shoulder kindly. The dead tree was in a good mood, but Mu Yu was in a bad mood. Mu Yu cursed all the way while glancing at the houses on both sides. Some of the houses were inhabited, but there were also some shops. These shops seemed to have very inexplicable names, such as 5 Steps Drunk, Joyflower Courtyard, Garden Appreciation, and Smooth Heart Hall. Mu Yu couldn't think of any of these names. Only a few people would go in and out of these shops, and the street looked very deserted. Smooth Heart Hall is an organization of the Silhouette being, so there's no mistake about it. The dead tree was quite clear about this matter. When he asked the Silhouette being to track Mu Yu, he did business through Smooth Heart Hall, but the place he found was another Smooth Heart Hall. I can guess that 5 Steps Drunk is a restaurant, but what are Joyflower Courtyard and Garden Appreciation? Is it a garden? Mu Yu asked. It's a place to look for flowers. The dead tree said with a relaxed expression. Mu Yu chuckled twice, feeling that he was really a naive and pure child. The road on the 38 Mile Street was paved with bluestone slabs, which had been worn extremely smooth by the passage of time. A few withered leaves rippled on the ground with the wind, and the willows on the roadside bent down, listlessly watching the pedestrians passing by. A gorgeous courtyard was located in the center of the 38 Mile Street. There were no other courtyards next to this courtyard, and at the end of the long wall was the entrance to the courtyard. The strange thing was that this entrance looked like a hole in the wall that had been blasted open by someone. Bricks could be vaguely seen on the wall, and there was no so-called door. It seemed that there was no way to prevent people from breaking in. When the pedestrians on the road passed by this section, they looked quite nervous, and their footsteps were also hurried. It seemed that they didn't want to stay here for even a second. It was unknown who had used a red pen to write 3 crooked words on the wall of the entrance, Lower Sound Court. The words Luyin Garden looked ridiculous, as if a child who was still wet behind the ears had just learned to write and draw on it. However, if anyone looked at the words for a second, they would be locked in place by a terrifying aura. It was as if a strange aura of the heavens would hit them in the face, making it so that they didn't dare to look directly at it. Mu Yu stared at the 3 words, his heart trembling. These 3 ugly words seemed so shocking in his eyes. It was as if there was a raging sea in front of him that wanted to devour those who saw it. It was a warning to those who came to know the difficulties and retreat. Mu Yu's heart palpitated. This was the territory of the evil faction, and no one would dare to cause trouble. Evil faction people were undisciplined by nature, and even if you had the right word, they wouldn't be polite in the slightest. The one thing they were least afraid of was reason. In fact, people who had a little understanding of the evil faction's style wouldn't choose to reason with them. If there was a dispute, they would just use their hands and feet. Whoever won would have the right word. Then are we going in directly now? Mu Yu hesitated whether or not to go in directly. Originally, he wanted to knock on the door or something. Unfortunately, there wasn't even a gatekeeper here, and he didn't know who to look for. I'm not familiar with the evil faction's territory. Let's go in and take a look. Deadwood frowned. Mu Yu hesitated for a moment, thinking that it wasn't a good thing to barge into other people's territory, right? However, it seemed that there was no one guarding the door. In the end, they passed through the broken entrance and entered Lower Sound Court. What came into view was a small lake, and there was a curved stone bridge over the lake, leading to the opposite shore. On the opposite shore, there was a pagoda-like building with a total of 7 or 8 floors. It was classical and elegant, exuding a simple and unadorned aura. There were also some pavilions and towers in the forest, and they hung down in a unique style. Mu Yu caught a glimpse of a middle-aged man with disheveled clothes on the side of the bridge. He was bare-chested and sleeping on a huge stone slab, snoring loudly. Mu Yu didn't see any cultivation level from this man. He looked like an ordinary person, and seemed to be a gatekeeper. But a gatekeeper sleeping soundly, isn't that too negligent of his duty? Uncle? Mu Yu walked over and called out twice, but the other party didn't respond. This man was drunk, and his whole body reeked of alcohol. Mu Yu couldn't help but cover his nose. He pushed the man, and with great difficulty, woke him up. Even if this guy opened his eyes, he still looked sleepy. Chapter 310. The man mumbled something, but Mu Yu didn't hear it clearly. He didn't even look at Mu Yu, he just sat up in a daze, and then began to slowly fasten the buttons on his clothes. Mu Yu noticed that he even fastened one of the buttons wrong. He was wearing a navy blue robe with a head embroidered on his chest. At first glance, this head seemed to be an old man sticking out his tongue and making a face, but from another angle, it was a middle-aged man, and it seemed to be this man himself. Mu Yu thought it was quite funny. There was actually someone who embroidered this kind of thing on his clothes. It was also interesting. Who are you? The man rubbed his sleepy eyes and strangely asked. I am Shimon Wuji's good friend. I specially came to find Shimon Wuji. I don't know if Mr. can help me pass on the message. Mu Yu politely said. Although this man didn't seem to have any cultivation, but this was after all an evil sect, so it was better to be polite. You are looking for Shimon Wuji. What does that have to do with me? The man impatiently waved his hand, and then lowered his head to look for his shoes on the ground. One of the shoes was under the stone, and the other one was nowhere to be found. That man looked for a long time but couldn't find the other shoe, so he was very annoyed. He simply took off the shoe he was wearing, and then threw it into the water. Just like this, barefoot, without looking at Mu Yu and the dead tree, he staggered out. He is also an evil sect's person? Mu Yu was stunned. This guy couldn't be a mortal who mistakenly came here, right? If not for the fact that Mu Yu knew that no mortal had set foot in the 50-mile garden, he might have really thought that this person was a drunkard. This person is not simple, didn't you notice? The dead tree stared at the back of that man, and pondered for a long time. Ever since I came to 38th Street, I feel that everyone is not simple. If you tell me that this gatekeeper likes men, I can basically accept it. Mu Yu calmly watched the gatekeeper disappear outside the door. Coming here, he was already prepared to have his 3 views turned upside down. But the gatekeeper's casual appearance was somewhat similar to Shimon Wuji. But was this really Luyin Garden? No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like a gathering place of evil sects that everyone avoided. There weren't any ferocious guards, nor were there any ferocious beasts guarding the door. On the contrary, it looked like a tranquil manor. It looked ordinary and nothing out of the ordinary. After Mu Yu saw that the gatekeeper had disappeared, he simply walked onto the stone bridge and went to the other side of the river to see if there was anyone who could pass the message on his behalf. After crossing the bridge, there was a beautiful flower bush. Even though it was late autumn, the flowers in the bush were still bright and full of vitality. Behind the flowering shrubs, There were 4 or 5 children wearing red doo-doo playing there. These children were about 3 or 4 years old and looked very cute. Next to them was a beautiful woman dressed in yellow who was yawning. She was bored to death as she looked at the children. She plucked a flower and kept swinging it left and right. "Miss, may I ask if Shimonwuji is here?" Muyu walked over and asked. This woman dressed in yellow looked very young and also very pure. It was really rare for evil sects to have such a pure woman. But Muyu wouldn't treat her as a pure woman. Evil sects people might not be normal. "I don't know." The woman dressed in yellow didn't feel the slightest bit of surprise or alertness towards Muyu's arrival. She only answered in an easygoing manner, but her eyes didn't leave those children for even a moment. Muyu was somewhat depressed after getting the cold shoulder. Logically speaking, if an outsider were to barge into a sect, there would definitely be a large group of disciples running over and shouting loudly, "Stop! Who dares to barge into my sect? Blah 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 blah." However, when he came here, no one jumped out to stop him. This instead made the large pile of explanations he thought of useless. Muyu still wanted to ask, but seeing that the woman dressed in yellow was ignoring him, he gave up. He walked a few steps inside and discovered that the woman didn't even lift her eyelids. She didn't care about Muyu's random intrusion. The people of evil sects were really strange. They didn't even question the intruders. It was as if this was a garden where anyone could come. Muyu met several people one after another. Most of these people were doing their own things. There was a curly-bearded man who was sunbathing, a scholarly-looking youth who was holding a book and reading it with great interest, a youth who was lying on a tree branch sleeping, snoring one after another, and a woman who was sitting under a tree doing embroidery. Muyu carefully looked. These people's cultivation were unexpectedly all at yuanying stage. That scholarly-looking youth was even at out-of-body stage. As for the curly-bearded man and the woman, Muyu couldn't see through their cultivation. Muyu asked these people several times where Shimonwuji was. They lazily said that they didn't know. Some people didn't even look at Muyu, let alone answer. What kind of place have we come to? If a lot of people jumped out and questioned Muyu loudly, or directly fought with Muyu, Muyu could accept it. But Muyu didn't expect that no one would pay attention to him. Moreover, he didn't know how to deal with this kind of situation. He was thinking about whether he should throw an explosive pill to blow up some house and see if he could attract the attention of these people. But after all, this was the territory of the evil sects. There were many experts in the evil sects. There must be many more powerful people hiding in the dark. Come, who wants to bet with me? Top scholar, are you interested in making a bet with me? If you win, I will help you with the housework next month. At this moment, a thin and weak youth ran over from behind with 3 sparkling and translucent dice in his hand. He arrived in front of the scholar and asked excitedly. The scholar called Zhuang Yuanlang glanced at the youth and said, "You owe me 3 bottles of wine, 10,000 spirit stones, 2 days of duty, a pair of underpants, and 2 shirts. When you return them, we will bet." After Zhuang Yuanlang finished speaking, he continued to read his book. Okay, I will find someone else. Big brother Han, do you want to bet? The thin and weak youth smiled and ran towards the curly-bearded man. But the curly-bearded man directly turned around and directly refused him. "Auntie Shui? What about you?" He looked at the embroidery woman again. "Call me big sister." Auntie Shui gestured with her embroidery needle. She had a graceful appearance, but the passage of time still left a few marks on her face. A few crow's feet could be faintly seen. The thin and weak youth stuck out his tongue and silently said 2 words. Then, he tactfully walked away. Muyu could tell from his tone that this guy was just pretending to be young. "You go bet with him." Deadwood gestured. "Okay." Muyu rubbed his hands together. The people here were indifferent to the 2 strangers who had barged in. They couldn't communicate at all. That thin and weak youth was looking for people to gamble with. It seemed that they could only get some information from him through gambling. Chapter 3:11. Little brother, shall I bet with you? Muyu waved at the skinny youth. The skinny youth was overjoyed and ran over. He didn't even ask why Muyu was here. He smiled and said, "That's great. Come, come. Scholar, go read your book on the bridge. I'll be using this table." The scholar was sent to the bridge to read by the skinny youth. He didn't look happy, but he didn't look at Mu. Mu and the skinny youth prepared to gamble at the stone table where the scholar was sitting. "My name is Du Being. People call me a winner in gambling. How should I address you?" Du Being threw his dice on the stone table. The dice rolled on the stone table and didn't stop. "My name is Bu Chengshu. I've never lost before. It seems like we're destined to have a contest." In fact, Mu didn't know which of the three words "must win" was the homonym of the other party's name, so he simply made up a name for himself. "Good name. I didn't expect you to have such a famous name. It's really rare. Let's bet 300 rounds to show that our names are predestined." Du Being actually believed Mu's name. He even regretted not knowing him sooner. He excitedly rolled up his sleeves and prepared for a vigorous gamble. Mu had never gambled before. These were things that mortals liked to play. Cultivators usually wouldn't touch them because it would easily affect their mood for cultivation. Perhaps only the heartless evil cultivators wouldn't be affected by winning or losing. "Brother, how do you want to gamble?" Du Being asked. "Let's just compare the size of the dice. Whoever has more points wins. There are no other rules. Whoever wins has to answer a question. How about that?" Mu didn't want to make things too complicated. It was more practical to compare the size of the dice. "Answer a question? That simple? Okay." Du Being readily agreed. Then, he took out 3 ordinary dice from thin air and gave them to Mu. "I prefer to use my own dice. Come on." Du Being waved the 3 magic treasure-level dice and directly threw them onto the stone table. There was nothing fancy about it. The dice no longer spun like before. Instead, they spun a few times like ordinary dice. Then, they swayed and stopped. 1, 2, 1. After the die stopped rolling, it pitifully displayed 3 points. Even Du Being's face turned red. She actually threw out such a small number. Her luck was really bad. Mu also smiled. It was only a total of 4 points. It was an easy win for him in the first game. He threw the dice in his hand onto the table. He didn't even think about playing any tricks. Thinking about the other party's points, he didn't need to play any tricks. 1, 1, 1. When the dice stopped rolling, Mu's face turned green. What the hell was this? Was this a competition to see who was more miserable? Could it be any smaller? Seeing Mu's points, Du Being was also very surprised. He chuckled and said, "Brother, your luck is really bad." Haha. Mu simply wanted to vomit blood. He looked suspiciously at Du Being. Could it be that this guy secretly cheated? When Du Being was throwing the dice, Mu was secretly paying attention to whether or not this guy had played any tricks. When he threw the dice, he didn't find any spiritual power on the dice. In addition, Du Being was the first to throw the dice. So, the probability of him playing tricks wasn't high. Du Being saw through Mu's thoughts and said, "Brother, don't worry. I hate cheaters the most in my life. This kind of person should be cut into pieces. It's the style of the gambling world. So, I didn't play any tricks. Let's go to the second game," Mu said in a deep voice. He didn't have any gambling experience. Thinking about it, if it was just throwing the dice, it would only rely on luck. In the second game, Du Being was the first to throw the dice. He threw 1, 2, 3, and Mu threw 2, 2, 3. Mu really won. This made Mu slightly believe that Du Being really didn't play any tricks. He thought about it. This should be considered even. However, there was nothing to say about relying on luck. He didn't expect to win or lose. He just wanted to attract the attention of these people. Otherwise, these people would all ignore him. Mu didn't know what to do. 3, 3, 3. 2, 3, 3. Mu lost. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 3. Mu lost again. However, Mu lost the next 5 games. His luck was really bad. At this moment, The scholar suddenly came behind Muyu and asked in a muffled voice, "I say, hothead, how many times have you won?" "What?" Muyu didn't understand. What? I think you must have won one game and lost the rest, right?" Zhuang Yuanlang curled his lips. "Hey, scholar, this has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and read your book." Dubi Ying's expression was a bit strange. "How do you know?" Muyu asked. "Did he tell you that people who cheated should be hacked into 1,000 pieces, and that it was bad for the gambling industry? I think the first person to be cut is himself. Anyway, he doesn't care who he scolds. He can even scold himself. If you believe his nonsense, then you're a fool." The scholar looked at Dubi Ying with dissatisfaction. "I say, what does this have to do with you?" Dubi Ying was unhappy. "So you really did cheat?" Muyu still didn't understand. How did this guy do this? He didn't find anything fishy the whole time. "I'm just saying. If you don't want to hear it, then I'll leave," Zhuang Yuanlang said and left. He went back to the bridge to read. "Don't listen to his nonsense. You've already lost 6 games to me. You have to answer 12 questions. Dubi Ying laughed and suddenly changed his gaze. "These dice don't look like simple dice," Dead Tree said. There were 6 dice on the table. At this time, Dubi Ying's 3 dice showed 4, 4, 5 while Muyu's dice showed 3, 4, 5. Dead Tree sneered and stretched out his hand to change Dubi Ying's dice to 3, 4, 5 while Muyu's dice turned on its own and became 3, 4, 4, 4. Damn, why are these dice so strange? Muyu didn't expect that Dubi Ying's dice would have such a strange ability. No matter how many dice Dubi Ying threw, Muyu's dice would be smaller than his. "Your dice are the evil dice that Xie Bulao often used in the past, right? It is said that the evil dice is the supreme of dice. In front of it, no dice would dare to surpass it. So even if we use our own dice, it would still be the same." Dead Tree was very knowledgeable and was actually able to tell the origin of Dubi Ying's dice. As for the only game that Muyu won, needless to say, Dubi Ying purposely went easy on him. Xie Bulao's name was well known among the older generation of the Shuzhenshen world. This fellow was the original version of Shimen Wujie. He was a womanizer who liked to gamble and even created the king's evil dice. He was truly bored to the point that his balls hurt. Dubi Ying's expression immediately changed. He snorted and said, "Gambling is all about who has the best method. If you are not as good as others, then you have to admit defeat. Oh, then do as you wish. In any case, I have never followed the rules. I can take back my words. What can you do to me?" Muyu waved his hand. He already knew that evil faction people were eccentric. Even if you beat them, they might not be in a good mood and directly renege on the debt. In their eyes, there was nothing that they absolutely had to do. So, the best way to deal with evil faction was to use a more shameless method to deal with them. Dubi Ying was stunned. This had always been his style of reneging on debts. Now that someone was actually using it against him, he immediately became furious and slammed the table. "You are courting death." The 3 demonic dice suddenly lengthened in the wind, becoming 3 feet long, and directly shot towards Muyu. "With your broken cultivation, you dare to cause trouble for others." Muyu had always been suppressing his cultivation, making it seem as if he was only at the nascent soul stage. This was also the reason why Dubi Ying dared to make a move against Muyu. Dubi Ying had just thrown the dice when they were slapped away by Muyu. In the blink of an eye, Muyu appeared behind Dubi Ying and placed his hand on his shoulder, restraining him. However, Dubi Ying suddenly melted. All that was left on the ground was a pile of clothes. Dubi Ying's entire body had disappeared. "What a good move," Muyu praised. Even he didn't notice how Dubi Ying slipped away. He only heard the sound of water splashing under the bridge. A completely naked Dubi Ying rushed out of the water. Evil faction people really did have a few tricks up their sleeves. No wonder many cultivators had a headache when dealing with evil faction people. First of all, you might not be able to beat them. Secondly, even if your cultivation was high, you might not be able to catch them. It would only make things difficult for you. Fuck. I misjudged. Jubi Ying stood naked next to the scholar and angrily glared at Mu Yu. In the instant that Mu Yu and Jubi Ying fought, the others didn't even bat an eyelid. They looked as if it had nothing to do with them. They didn't seem to care that their people were being bullied by outsiders. This was out of Mu Yu's expectations. How could this group of people be so calm? So you lost your underwear a long time ago. Then why did you mortgage it to me last time? Truly shameless. The scholar's expression did not change as he looked at Jubi Ying with a vexed expression. So what? It's easy for you to talk. Who told you to expose me? Jubi Ying said. So what if I'm happy? You still have the nerve to gamble every day. If your gambling skills aren't good, then you'll play tricks. If your cultivation isn't good, then you'll learn to run. Your little cleverness is all spent here. Zhuang Yuanlang replied. My gambling is useless. Then reading books every day is useful. Can reading books feed you? Can reading books make your cultivation surpass everyone else? Every day, Confucius die for a benevolent cause and Meng die for an uprising. What does a brute like you know? I don't study for fame or fortune. I study for the rise of the evil faction. I don't have much ink in my stomach. I don't even know if I've been sold. I can still run after being sold. If you have the ability to run, then show me. I don't need to run. I use virtue to convince people. I use love to influence them. You still have love. Where is your love? The boundless horizon is my love. Chapter 312. Hey, you two move aside, wait for me to pass before you quarrel. At this time, an enchanting figure twisted her waist and passed between Du Bai Ying and the scholar. She inadvertently raised her head and saw Mu Yu, then her gaze landed on Ku Mu. Aya, uncle, you specially waited for me here. The enchanting woman's voice was crisp and coquettish, causing Mu Yu to have goosebumps all over his body. Even Ku Mu felt uneasy. Mu Yu didn't really like this enchanting woman who had an uncle complex. The main reason was that she didn't like Mu Yu and liked uncles, so Mu Yu also didn't like this enchanting woman. WN, you know the two of them? Du Bai Ying stopped quarreling with the scholar and turned to ask. WN threw a coquettish glance at Ku Mu and said, I don't know them, but I like that cute uncle. Ku Mu's face was already red. He was actually being teased by an evil sect which in broad daylight. If he still had his previous cultivation, he might have already gotten angry. You're the golden boy and jade girl of the evil sect, WN? Ku Mu coldly asked. Aya, uncle knows WN. This makes WN very touched. WN pretended to have a pitiful look. The evil sect had a pair of golden boy and jade girl. They were widely known in the cultivation world, but they were also disdained by everyone. Shimon Wuji was known as the golden boy, but he was famous for being shameless. He liked to talk about his miserable life all day long. WN was a very licentious woman, and her hobbies were also very strange. It was said that she only liked older men, and she was also quite ruthless when it came to sexual intercourse. The uncles who did it with her would basically have their yang energy sucked dry and become a walking corpse. They would become numb and would become a boy toy that would listen to her every word. Compared to Shimon Wuji's shamelessness, WN Wan's notoriety was even greater. This woman's cultivation was high, and it was said that she didn't like to randomly kill people. She only liked to mess with older men, but none of the men she messed with had a good ending. Aya. So it's the evil sect's WN. This old man will let you have it. Mu Yu snickered and felt relieved. He knew a thing or two about Wanwan's reputation. Thinking about it, he decided not to provoke this demonic woman. Compared to this demonic woman, Shimon Wuji was at least a very cute person. Humph. Camus really wanted to slap Mu Yu. Although he mocked him, Mu Yu still stepped forward and shielded Deadwood behind him to prevent him from being abducted by WN. No wonder Wanwan would target Ku Mu and directly ignore Mu Yu, who was in his prime. It turned out she had different hobbies to begin with. We came here to find Shimon Xiaochu. May I ask if Shimon Xiaochu is here? Mu Yu asked. Then little brother, you go find him. I'll talk to your uncle alone about life and ideals. WNWAN swayed her slender waist and walked over, wanting to lean on Kumu. Kumu was somewhat flustered and exasperated as he retreated. Looking at Kumu's deflated appearance, Muyu wanted to laugh. Thinking about how the old man had been playing with poison his whole life, he used to make himself a cuckold. Other than Leng Bingxue, no other woman would have a good impression of him. Now, he finally caught the eye of a girl, but it turned out to be a demonic woman who specialized in messing with older men. My family's old man is more devoted, you won't be able to shake his heart. Muyu stretched out his hand and stopped WNWAN. Kumu was his master, and he wouldn't let anyone have any thoughts about his master. Really? I like devoted uncles the most, but my best skill is to transfer all the devoted men's feelings to me. WN Wan's face revealed a devastatingly beautiful smile, and all kinds of spring and summer flirted with Kumu. Can't you be more reserved? In any case, you're a woman. Muyu muttered. But the best way to test a devoted man is to use my body. What made Muyu shocked was that WNWN suddenly began to undress herself. She was originally wearing very little, and her clothes didn't cover her body. In an instant, she stripped herself naked and looked at Kumu teasingly. Her spring scenery suddenly bloomed. That mystical body was really perfect. Her front and back were protruding, her charm was exquisite, and she could steal the soul. Ah! Muyu's eyes widened, and he almost had a nosebleed. Although he knew that people from the evil faction didn't play by the rules, wasn't this action a bit too straightforward? She wasn't the only one around, there was also a large group of people from the evil faction. How could she let go of her hands and feet like this? Kumu's face was already red. It was the first time he was teased by a notorious demonic woman. Who would have thought that after being a bachelor all his life, he would have this kind of luck in his later years? I like to see WNWN tease her lover in public the most. Du Being's nosebleed was already flowing out, but his eyes were wantonly sweeping over WN Wan's body, fearing that he would miss something. Me too. Zhuang Yuanlang also nodded. His nosebleed was no less than Du Being's. Kumu pulled Muyu and shouted in a low voice, "Let's go." Muyu finally reacted. There was nothing he could do. He was also a good youth, so how could he avoid this kind of thing? He turned his head and wanted to leave with a red face, but unfortunately, WNWN stopped them again. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" WAN smiled. "Aya, I say, WNWN, how can you treat my guest like this? He is a pure and good youth like me." A large number of flower petals appeared in the sky. Shimon Wuji actually stepped on the flower petals and appeared at this time. He is the disciple of Jianying Chen Feng. This is not the way to treat a guest. Shimon Wuji elegantly waved his fan and looked at Muyu with a smile. Seeing the appearance of Shimon Wuji, Muyu was relieved in his heart, but he suddenly felt something was wrong. The air seemed to have solidified, and all the sounds disappeared. The surrounding atmosphere also became somewhat strange. Muyu thought that he had lost his senses, but how come after Shimon Wuji spoke, everything became very strange? WN slowly picked up the clothes on the ground and draped them over her body. For the first time, her gaze shifted from Kumu to Muyu. She sized up Muyu and said, "You are the disciple of Jianying Chen Feng?" Not only her, other people also looked at Muyu. Embroidery woman took a needle and scratched her hair bun. Then she looked at Muyu with a pondering expression. Just now, she didn't even look at Muyu. The curly-bearded man sat up and crossed his arms in front of his chest. His eyes were rolling around, as if he was thinking about something. The youth who was sleeping on the tree branch opened his drowsy eyes and wiped his saliva. Then he also looked at Muyu while hanging on the tree branch. Even Zhuang Yuanlang and Du Beiying, who were quarreling inexplicably, wiped their nosebleeds and looked at Muyu while blinking their eyes. "I want his right thumb." Du Beiying was the first to shout. "I want his right middle finger." Zhuang Yuanlang gestured with his middle finger and was the second to speak. "His little finger is very sexy, then I want his little finger." Embroidery woman used the embroidery needle in her hand to point at Muyu's left hand. "I want the rest." The curly-bearded man's voice was hoarse and deep. His words were simple and crude, as if this was an easy matter for him. "Leave one for me." Wan looked at Muyu with a charming smile. I also want. Those few children who were playing suddenly clapped their hands and happily jumped up and down. Muyu shivered. When these people suddenly heard that he was the disciple of Jianying Chen Feng, each and every one of them stared at his finger like wolves and tigers. What did his finger do to provoke them? He suddenly recalled that at that time when he and Shimon Wuji escaped from Eight Grass Village, this fellow had said that if they met Jianying Chen Feng's disciple, they should first chop off his finger and then kill him. At that time, he was still wondering why he had to chop off his finger. Wait a minute, did that mean he had entered the wolf's den? If you all chop off his finger, then does it count if I chop off his toe? The sleeping youth asked in a daze. Muyu immediately became vigilant. The people of evil sect couldn't be measured with common sense. Their jokes might come true. For them, not to mention chopping off a person's finger, even if they had to kill a person, even if there was no enmity with them, they would still do it. Shimon Wuji said with a smile, "Little brother Muyu, everyone had made a poison oath to chop off the finger of Jianying Chen Feng's disciple and then kill him. This fellow said it so easily. At that time, he had clearly said that the poison oath was only for fun, but that didn't mean that other people of evil sect didn't attach importance to the poison oath. Do you all want my finger that much?" Muyu asked in a congealed voice, and his valiant aura was released without any reservation. Muyu didn't know why Xie Bulao hated Jianying Chen Feng so much. Could it be that Jianying Chen Feng had chopped off Xie Bulao's finger at that time? Now there were so many evil sect people, especially the curly-bearded man and embroidered girl, he couldn't afford to provoke them. Shimon Wuji might be too lazy to make a move, but Wn was very fond of the dead tree, so it would be difficult for him to escape. Not interested. The curly-bearded man lay down again, spread out his limbs, and continued to close his eyes in boredom. I am interested, but I have to finish embroidering this flower first. The embroidered girl lazily placed her attention on the embroidered cloth on her leg. I want to have a fight. Du Being was very energetic, but very quickly, he became discouraged. I don't think I can beat him. Scholar, do you want to help me? I am a scholar, I don't want to do this kind of cruel thing with people. Scholar rolled his eyes at Du Being, paused for a moment, then said, I prefer to do it alone. Then you still want to do it? Du Being was angry. Snoring sound came from the branch again. That youth had fallen asleep again. Clearly, he wasn't interested in Muyu's finger. Scholar, do you want to make a move? Wan asked. Scholar nodded his head. I am only curious, what is so powerful about Heavenly Sword 9 guides? That's great, then you quickly go, I will cheer you on from the side. Later, give me one of your fingers and go find the old man to get the gambling money. Du Being was still naked, and he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Wan walked to the side, gave a flirtatious glance to the dead tree, and softly said, Aya, everyone is saying that Muyu and the dead tree left Danding sect, so it seems uncle is the dead tree. That's great, I have always looked up to you, Poison King. The dead tree somewhat flew into a rage out of humiliation, and fiercely glared at Wan. Muyu stared at Scholar. This refined scholar had just helped him, and now he wanted to make a move against him. He really changed his face faster than flipping a book. Chapter 313. My master often tells us that if we meet Jianying Chen Feng's disciple, we must kill him. My name is Zhuang Yuan. Zhuang Yuan elegantly looked at Muyu and then threw the book in his hand into the air. A gust of wind suddenly blew over and tore Zhuang Yuan's book into pieces. The square sheets of paper fluttered in the air. Each sheet of paper slowly floated in the air. They rippled softly but did not fall to the ground. You want to kill me? Muyu's sword stopped in front of him. These sheets of paper looked weak and harmless, but in fact, they made Muyu feel a faint killing intent. Zhuang Yuan's magic weapon was actually a book. This was an eye-opener for Muyu. I'll defeat you and then cut off one of your fingers. Zhuang Yuan waved his hand and a sheet of paper suddenly spun rapidly. The The four edges of the paper revealed their sharpness and flew towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu raised his sword and leaned forward, preparing to receive the attack. However, when the paper hit Mu Yu's flying sword, there was no after effect. It softly stuck to Mu Yu's sword and then floated to the ground. This made Mu Yu's attack miss. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Mu Yu frowned and slashed out with his sword Qi. The sword Qi entered the paper, but it was like a gust of wind blowing past, causing the paper to change positions. Each sheet of paper happened to be shaken away by the airflow and did not suffer any damage. My master has only lost to one person in his life, and that was your master Jianying Chenfeng. He used the 9 guides of the heavenly sword to completely defeat my master. He even cut off the finger that he was so proud of. So when he took us in as disciples, he made us swear that if we saw Jianying Chenfeng's descendant, we would first cut off his finger before killing him. Zhuang Yuan calmly explained. His 10 fingers moved together and flashed in the air. The sheets of paper suddenly became restless. Countless sheets of paper covered the sky and rolled towards Mu Yu. Each sheet of paper was spinning and filled with a sharp killing intent. So you want to defeat me to avenge your master? Mu Yu didn't dare to underestimate it. His shadow swords had already split into 5, each of them displaying their own sword moves to welcome the spinning paper. However, when Mu Yu's sword slashed at the paper would always turn into its original soft form, neutralizing the force of Mu Yu's flying sword. Even if Mu Yu's sword Qi tore a piece of paper to pieces, the other pieces of paper would continue to press forward. My master created many strange techniques in his life, just to prove that there are techniques more powerful than the 9 heavenly sword temptations in this world. My technique is one of them. Zhuang Yuan lightly tapped the air with his finger, and 2 pieces of paper suddenly passed through the gap between Mu Yu's sword. Mu Yu's hand trembled, and a bloody mark was left on his right arm. Under Zhuang Yuan's control, these strange sheets of paper were incomparably flexible. Every time Mu Yu's sword hit the paper, it was like hitting cotton. There was no point to exert force, making it difficult for him to follow up. And once Mu Yu was careless, the paper would leave a scar on his body. By the time Mu Yu realized that he couldn't clash with these sheets of paper, 7 scars had already appeared on his body. I heard that the 9 heavenly sword temptations has a move called Falling Shadow Vanishing Illusion. It specializes in countering dense hidden weapons. I wonder if it can scatter my page shadows? Zhuang Yuan asked with a smile. This guy actually knows the 9 heavenly sword temptations sword move. Mu Yu had once used Falling Shadow Vanishing Illusion to defeat the demonic bird demons and Qiao Shue's icicles. However, he knew that against these soft sheets of paper, Falling Shadow Vanishing Illusion wouldn't be effective. Falling Shadow Vanishing Illusion emphasized using hardness to counter hardness. These so-called page shadows didn't have any strength. They would only explode with killing power when they came into contact with Mu Yu's body. The only way to deal with them was to use spirit energy to protect his body. However, Zhuang Yuan wasn't an ordinary person. His page shadows were extremely strange. They could actually ignore Mu Yu's spirit energy and directly affect his body. The way of the sword was to return all changes to 1. It could use softness to counter hardness, and it could even combine hardness and softness. However, Mu Yu had never encountered page shadows that could be both hard and soft. His falling dust sword technique couldn't deal any effective damage to the sheets of paper in the air. Mu Yu raised his sword and charged forward. His sword Qi formed a strong wind that blocked all the spinning sheets of paper in front of him, preventing them from getting close to him. His mind was quickly thinking of a way to deal with these page shadows, but he realized that he couldn't do anything to these strange sheets of paper. The sharp sword Qi that was originally rushing forward was always dissolved by these sheets of paper. Could these sheets of paper really be the nemesis of the 9 heavenly sword temptations? These lousy sheets of paper are so annoying. It would be better to just burn them all, little Shuai muttered. The sheets of paper had just passed by Mu Yu's chest and scratched its fur. Although it didn't leave a scar, it still made it extremely angry. Little Shuai's words reminded Mu Yu. He charged at Zhuang Yuan again. The shadow swords split into 2 and intertwined with each other. The sheets of paper that filled the air once again wrapped around Mu Yu. Mu Yu's gaze turned cold. The moment he was surrounded by the sheets of paper, the two shadow swords suddenly collided with each other, creating sparks. At the same time, the pill flame stone in his hand rushed out. With the help of the sparks, the fire suddenly doubled and swallowed all the sheets of paper in an instant. The sea of fire only lasted for an instant before disappearing. However, the sheets of paper seemed to be able to resist fire. They didn't burn as expected. How can my page shadows catch fire so easily? Zhuang Yuan smiled slightly. He had long known the weakness of his page shadows and naturally thought of ways to make up for it. He had smeared a fire-resistant potion on the page shadows so that they wouldn't be corroded by the flames. Paper that wasn't afraid of fire was indeed powerful. I only want one of your fingers. You might as well just let me cut it off and save yourself the pain, Zhuang Yuanlang kindly reminded. That will depend on whether you have the ability to do so, Mu Yu said in a low voice. This was the first time he had fought with someone so sullen. Although his opponent couldn't directly defeat him, his swordsmanship was completely useless. He was unwilling to give up. The sword in his hand swayed, sweeping away countless sheets of paper. However, the sheets of paper only paused for a moment before quickly sticking to him again. It's time for us to settle this. Zhuang Yuan stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion. The sheets of paper around him seemed to be summoned and quickly rolled up and stuck together. Gradually, a paper sword formed from the sheets of paper appeared in Zhuang Yuan's hand. The blade of this paper sword was very rough and even had some creases. However, the entire sword seemed cold under the sunlight. Zhuang Yuan was no longer purely defending. Instead, he approached Mu Yu with the paper sword in hand. Mu Yu also held his own sword and intertwined with Zhuang Yuanlang's paper sword. Ding! Zhuang Yuanlang's paper sword and Mu Yu's shadow swords intertwined. There was actually a crisp sound of metal clashing. The shadow swords in Mu Yu's hand spun slightly. A domineering sword qi invaded Zhuang Yuan's paper sword. However, Zhuang Yuan's paper sword's edges began to curl up. As the sword qi swayed, it actually swallowed Mu Yu's sword qi. The two figures intertwined in the air. The sword qi constantly collided, destroying all the flowers and plants in the manor. However, all the people of the evil sects ignored the destructive power of the two. Instead, everyone's attention was focused on the two people fighting in the air. Mu Yu was surprised to discover that Zhuang Yuan's sword art was also rather powerful. It even seemed to be specially created to counter 9 heavenly sword guides. Every sword move of Mu Yu's would be neutralized by his strange paper sword. Other than the people of his sect, Mu Yu had never met anyone who could completely understand every sword move of 9 heavenly sword guides. It had to be known that every sword move of 9 heavenly sword guides was unpredictable. It was very difficult for outsiders to figure it out. However, Zhuang Yuan completely understood how Mu Yu's next sword move would be and neutralized it. I'll make a scabbard for you. When Mu Yu's sword stabbed out again, Zhuang Yuan's paper sword also met it. The tips of the two swords collided, but Zhuang Yuan's paper sword directly wriggled with each other. In an instant, it formed a scabbard. Mu Yu's flying sword was tightly inserted into the scabbard formed by the paper sword. Many shadow swords appeared in Mu Yu's hand again, but in the blink of an eye, Mu Yu's 5 swords were tightly wrapped by the paper that filled the sky. Mu Yu was surprised to find that he could not pull out his flying sword. The falling dust sword technique is only SOSO. I really don't know what the old man is thinking. He even vowed to neutralize the falling dust sword technique. Zhuang Yuan said. His hands continued to dance, and the paper that filled the sky wrapped around Mu Yu. I still want to wrap you like a dumpling. Zhuang Yuan was indeed a powerful opponent. His page shadows completely restrained Mu Yu's flying sword, making it impossible for Mu Yu's flying sword to retaliate. It was impossible to clash head-on, but it was also very difficult to deal with. Mu Yu's 5 swords turned into one sword and broke free from the wrapping of the page shadows. One sword manifested 9 moves, and it was as though he had transformed into 5 people. The sword shadows trembled and slowly condensed into one sword. The sharp sword beam surged as though it was the only sword left in the world. It was invincible, able to break through all obstacles in the world. Dancing in the sky, a barren land. Zhuang Yuan berated. It was unknown if he was singing or doing something else, but his page shadows moved with the wind, forming a paper wall in front of him. Every piece of paper danced happily as they shimmered with a silver light. They were prepared to clash head-on with Mu Yu's 9 become 1. Mu Yu's sword stabbed into the paper wall, but the sharp sword Qi did not tear the paper to shreds as he had imagined. Before each piece of paper touched the tip of the sword, they automatically rolled up and wrapped around the sword Qi before being shaken away by the sword Qi. Although it was not much, it was a lot. By the time Mu Yu reacted, his sword Qi had already been exhausted, and the scholar's paper wrapped around him. Although it was not much, there was a lot of it. When Mu Yu reacted, his sword Qi had been exhausted, and the scholar's paper wrapped around him. He was slightly alarmed and could only retreat, but his sword was still in Zhuang Yuan's hand. You don't even have a sword, so how can you use the falling dust sword technique? Is the falling dust sword technique so weak? To think that the old man was so afraid. Zhuang Yuan playfully stroked Mu Yu's shadow clone sword and said calmly, "If a swordsman did not have a sword, how could he continue to fight?" Mu Yu looked dazedly at the sword in Zhuang Yuan's hand, his heart empty. In the past, he had never been defeated. If his opponent's cultivation was higher than his, perhaps Mu Yu would not have any other thoughts. But Zhuang Yuan's cultivation was only about the same as Mu Yu's, yet the sword move he was so proud of had been broken by his opponent. How was this possible? Mu Yu had always felt that his 9 heavenly sword guides would not be at a disadvantage among people of the same cultivation. The outside world had always spread the fame of the 9 heavenly sword guides in the past. He had not buried the name of the 9 heavenly sword guides. This set of sword moves gave him the right to look down on his peers. The 9 heavenly sword guides had always given him a feeling of invincibility. He had also believed the rumors outside, believing that his master's sword moves were peerless, until today. Chapter 314. Mu Yu had lost. As the disciple of Jianying Chen Feng, he had actually lost to Xie Bulao's disciple. "Scholar, you've learned the old man's moves very thoroughly." Wan giggled as she looked at the scholar. Her eyes were like rippling waves, making people feel intoxicated. The scholar didn't respond to Wan, but looked at the shocked Mu Yu. "You didn't lose unjustly. My master only wanted to defeat one person in his life, and that was Jianying Chen Feng. This Yi Ying was specially created to counter your sword technique. When I was learning how to use Yi Ying, I already knew all of your moves like the back of my hand. Later on, my master abandoned Yi Ying because he felt that Yi Ying wasn't a match for the 9 temptations of Heaven's sword. But today, it seems that my master overestimated your 9 temptations of Heaven's sword. The techniques of the evil faction all came from Xie Bulao. Xie Bulao spent his entire life researching how to defeat the falling dust sword technique, but every time he came up with a new technique, he would always reject it. In the end, he would give these techniques to his disciples. And these techniques also gave rise to the notoriety of the Devil Sect disciples, because they relied on these techniques that were denied by Xie Bulao to roam the cultivation world, causing many cultivators to not dare to provoke the Devil Sect disciples. The only opponent that the evil faction disciples recognized was Jianying Chen Feng's disciple. Yi Ying was actually able to defeat the 9 temptations of Heaven's sword. Then should I also consider learning it? That way, I might be able to defeat Luo Shong. Shimon Wuji said thoughtfully. Shimon Wuji's arrogance and despotism was well known in the Shuzhenshen world. The young disciples of other sects didn't want to casually provoke him because his strength was unfathomable and he had yet to be defeated. However, only Shimon Wuji knew that he had only lost to one person, and that was Luo Shong, who had always kept a low profile in the cultivation world. Shimon Wuji dared to provoke everyone, but he didn't dare to provoke Luo Shong. He knew that Luo Shong was also Jianying Chen Feng's disciple. In order to defeat Luo Shong, Shimon Wuji would intentionally or unintentionally get close to Luo Shong, wanting to find a flaw in Luo Shong's body. But Luo Shong had always firmly suppressed him. The scholar smiled faintly. Around him, countless pieces of paper continued to flutter in the air. The shadows of the pages rippled with the wind, as if announcing its victory. Mu Yu remained rooted to the ground, unable to accept this fact. If the other party had used their cultivation to suppress him, he wouldn't have said anything. Even if the other party had cheated, he would just treat it as a kind of ability. However, his heavenly sword 9 strikes had been defeated, and thoroughly defeated by the disciple of his master's nemesis. If his master knew about this, what would he think? His master had relied on the 9 guides of heavenly sword to dominate the cultivation world. He had even used this set of sword techniques to defeat 5 spirit lords Yumeng. Even though his cultivation had been damaged and he was no longer as strong as before, his swordsmanship still shocked the entire cultivation world. The 9 heavenly sword guides had never been defeated because its sword style was majestic and incomparably powerful. But why would the peerless 9 heavenly sword temptations lose to the top scholar? Mu Yu, how could that bastard's 9 temptations of heavenly sword be defeated so easily? You haven't fully unleashed the true power of 9 heavenly sword guides. Although he didn't like Jianying Chenfeng, he had to admit that Jianying Chenfeng's cultivation was very high. Mu Yu was shocked. He was pulled back into the memories of the time at Luochen Mountain. Master, I think I've already grasped the essence of the Luochen swordsmanship, right? Mu Yu said proudly. At that time, he was able to cultivate the Luochen swordsmanship to a level that even Feng Haochen couldn't help but praise. He was also quite proud of himself. He felt that with this set of sword techniques, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when competing with others. Feng Haochen stroked his beard and didn't criticize his arrogance. He only smiled and said, "What do you think is the most powerful part of the Luochen swordsmanship?" 9 by 9 returns to 1. Fusing the previous few sword moves into 1. This kind of sword that simplifies the Great Tao is very difficult to break, Mu Yu said. Feng Haochen nodded. He didn't refute Mu Yu's opinion. The simplification of the Great Tao is indeed the essence of the Luochen swordsmanship. It's also its most powerful part. Then what's the true meaning of the Great Tao is the most simple? Mu Yu thought for a moment and said, "Get rid of the complicated and get rid of the simple." Feng Haochen nodded again. The Great Tao is the most simple. It means that it has to abandon many complicated sword moves. There's one thing to remember. The simpler the sword move, the more powerful it is. However, its requirements are also greater. It requires a kind of momentum that doesn't look back. Using the sword just for that one move is because it's simple. It means that it has abandoned its original characteristics of being able to attack and defend. It has become an attack without defense. However, the existence of the 9 moves isn't just for the final move. Each move takes into account different ways to react. Each move can resolve different attacks. You think there are only 9 moves, but in fact, there are more than 9 moves. You know the power of the Luochen swordsmanship, then do you know what's the power of the Luochen mental cultivation method? Only when the Luochen swordsmanship is combined with the Luochen mental cultivation method can the true power of the 9 heaven sword guides be perfectly displayed. The power of the Luochen mental cultivation method? I don't know. I thought it was only used to allow me to control multiple flying swords at the same time. Didn't you say that when I cultivate to a certain level in the future, I'll be able to control 9 flying swords at the same time? Mu Yu replied. You thought it would allow you to control 9 flying swords at the same time. In fact, when you try to control 9 flying swords, you'll realize that even if you can control 9 flying swords at the same time, the moves of each flying sword won't be perfect. When you comprehend the Luochen mental cultivation method one day, you'll understand what the Luochen swordsmanship is. You'll also understand that the most perfect part of the Luochen swordsmanship is not only the 9th move, but also all the sword moves. At that time, Mu Yu didn't understand this, but Feng Haochen also told him that sword moves relied on comprehension. Even if he only comprehended one sword move of the Luochen swordsmanship, it would still be extremely powerful. Therefore, Feng Haochen was already very satisfied with Mu Yu's comprehension at that time. However, Mu Yu was still defeated today. He always thought that his Luo Chen swordsmanship, which was the 9 heavenly sword guides, had been practiced to the point of perfection. Now, he understood that he had only learned a little bit of the 9 heavenly sword guides. His master had never been defeated, but he had been defeated. The most perfect part of the Luo Chen swordsmanship is not only the 9 returning to 1, but also the 9 sword moves. Mu Yu murmured. In his mind, he began to perform the most primitive practice of the 9 sword moves. He needed to know why he wasn't able to unleash the power of the Luo Chen swordsmanship. It wasn't that the enemy's moves were ingenious, but that he had buried the profound meaning of the Luo Chen swordsmanship. Why couldn't the Luo Chen mental cultivation method perfectly control the 9 sword moves at the same time? Mu Yu thought back to every time he used the Luo Chen mental cultivation method to control the Luo Chen swordsmanship. Even if he split the 9 flying swords, he could still deal with the different situations brought about by the 9 flying swords in a timely manner. However, every move was not as smooth as focusing on one move. He couldn't do it. Was the Luo Chen mental cultivation method only able to do this? You haven't comprehended the true Luo Chen mental cultivation method, have you? Luo Shong's voice sounded behind Mu Yu. Mu Yu was slightly startled. His second senior brother had also appeared here. He originally came here to find Luo Shong, but he didn't expect to meet him here. But on second thought, Luo Shong was often together with Shimen Xiaochu. If Shimen Xiaochu appeared here, then it wasn't surprising that Luo Shong would also appear here. Luo Shong also learned the 9 heavenly sword guides from his master. His master said that Luo Shong's comprehension of the sword was the same as his. Both he and Luo Shong were suitable for cultivation. Mu Yu still couldn't explain the specific concept of cultivation. Although Mu Yu didn't want to admit it, he knew that Luo Shong was more than a little stronger than him. Luo Shong's method of dealing with the demon race had left a deep impression on Mu Yu. He didn't even use a sword. He only used one hand to defeat the invincible iron-armored demon insect. He must have secretly used his fire control technique. But he could use his fire control technique to the extent that even people like Kang Wnz couldn't detect it. It was enough to show how strong his current cultivation was. Mu Yu didn't turn around to look at Luo Shong. He fell into contemplation. What was the true Luo Chen mental cultivation method? The papers were still fluttering in the air. Each of them looked simple and unremarkable, but they revealed a free and easy aura. They seemed to be showing off to the Luo Chen swordsmanship, showing off their victory. Master told me that your comprehension of sword moves is unparalleled. But because of your personality, your comprehension of sword intent hasn't reached the level it should have. In my opinion, you have indeed buried the Luo Chen swordsmanship, which is the 9 heavenly sword guides. Luo Shong had unknowingly arrived in front of Mu Yu. His voice was very calm. Mu Yu had caused a lot of trouble, and every time, it was him who had to clean up the mess for Mu Yu. He didn't like this junior brother of his very much, but he didn't want to sit by and do nothing because of his responsibility as a senior brother. Do you know what's the most powerful part of the Luo Chen mental cultivation method? Luo Shong continued asking. Mu Yu didn't say anything. He just silently lowered his head. This second senior brother of his, who he disliked the most in the Luo Chen sect, and who was also a mysterious person, always appeared at the perfect time. Luo Shong stared at Mu Yu. Master said that you might even surpass me, but you didn't meet his expectations. Mu Yu felt very uncomfortable. Although he had seen Luo Shong many times, he still didn't understand what kind of person Luo Shong was. Because of Lan Ling he deliberately ostracized Luo Shong. Luo Shong had helped him many times, but he didn't feel grateful at all. He only felt that it was a matter of course because Luo Shong was his second senior brother. This matter originally had nothing to do with me. But you used his sword technique, so I couldn't sit by and do nothing, Luo Shong said indifferently. A red light flashed in his hand. The burning sky sword, one of the 9 heavenly swords, slashed out with a fiery aura. The air seemed to become somewhat hot and dry. Luo Shong had the ability to control fire. The burning sky sword's fiery aura seemed to be very suitable for him. The Luo Chen mental cultivation method doesn't just mean that you can manifest 9 swords at the same time, it also means that you can use all 9 swords at the same time. Luo Shong's words echoed in Mu Yu's ears. "Look at me," Luo Shong said. Mu Yu raised his head and looked straight into his eyes. Luo Shong didn't move at all, but his eyes were very clear. When they were reflected in Mu Yu's eyes, they suddenly became lively. 9 Luo Shong appeared in Mu Yu's eyes. Every Luo Shong was able to perfectly use the burning sky sword to manifest the heavenly sword 9 draws. His sword technique had a bit more sword intent and strength than Mu Yu's. The heavenly sword 9 draws used by 9 Luo Shong was intimidating. If one fought with him, it would be equivalent to fighting against 9 Luo Shong. Mu Yu suddenly understood what the Luo Chen mental cultivation method was. Using the Luo Chen mental cultivation method to control 9 flying swords was not the most powerful part. When you could manifest 9 of yourself, that was the most terrifying killing move. And Mu Yu could only manifest 6 swords and 3 clones at most. He suddenly understood the difference between him and Luo Shong. Can the two of you redeem the defeat of the heavenly sword 9 draws just by looking at each other? Zhuang Yuanlang and the others did not see the scene that Mu Yu saw. In their eyes, Mu Yu and Luo Shong were only quietly looking at each other, seeming to be somewhat baffled. "Who said that I lost?" Mu Yu suddenly revealed a smile. Luo Shong had already walked to the side. He didn't put the champion in his eyes at all. He only told this junior brother where the true power of the heavenly sword 9 draws lay in. Chapter 315. You don't even have a sword. The scholar sneered. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed. The flying sword in his hand that belonged to Mu Yu suddenly became restless. It broke free from his control and appeared in Mu Yu's hand. The shadow swords were 9 extremely powerful celestial swords. No one knew the origin of the celestial swords, not even Mu Yu. When he passed down the celestial swords to his disciples, he was very casual. He didn't tell them that these were the celestial swords that everyone in the cultivation world coveted. In the past, Mu Yu didn't know what was good for him. He used the shadow swords to poke a hornet's nest and even used them to cook rice. However, the shadow swords had spirituality. They had followed Mu Yu for many years and were connected to Mu Yu's heart. When Mu Yu used the shadow swords to kill Shiminghui at the 2nd level heaven, Shiminghui crushed the teleportation jade pendant. The shadow swords were still with Shiminghui. That irresistible tearing force couldn't take the shadow swords away from the 2nd level heaven. On the contrary, the shadow swords struggled free from the tearing force and stayed by Mu Yu's side. Even the terrifying tearing force of the teleportation array couldn't do anything to the shadow swords. How could they be restrained by the scholar's mere page shadows? Mu Yu looked at the paper fluttering in the air. His heart was empty. He seemed to have understood something. He remembered the first time his master demonstrated the falling dust sword art in front of him. He also told him about the first move of the falling dust sword art. At the time, he thought that this name was strange. However, now he felt that this name was very familiar. The falling leaves fluttered in the wind just like these floating page shadows. You said that this is a technique that Xie Bulao researched to restrain the 9 temptations sword but abandoned? Mu Yu held the shadow swords. The shadow swords moved rhythmically in his hands. They wanted Mu Yu to use the 9 orifices heart sutra on them. So what? Zhuang Yuanlang felt that the Mu Yu in front of him seemed to have changed in an instant, but he couldn't tell what had changed. He glanced at Mu Yu suspiciously, but then denied himself, thinking that Mu Yu was just putting on an act. 6 swords appeared beside Mu Yu once again. The 6 swords danced lightly, transforming into 9 sword forms. Each sword form was so natural and unrestrained, as if someone was performing a sword dance. Then, slowly, the 6 swords began to merge into one. Each sword move was perfectly evolved into a stab, and then melted into the sword in front of it. A domineering sword intent gradually formed in Mu Yu's hands. That means that Senior Xie Biyu knows himself better than all of you. Mu Yu stabbed out with his sword. His unyielding sword intent pierced through the clouds and headed straight for the scholar. It's the same move, but he still lost the same way. The page shadows around Zhuang Yuanlang rapidly moved rhythmically and began to surge towards the sword. Each page shadow carried a trace of his spiritual energy. It was a combination of hardness and gentleness, turning tangible into intangible. However, at this moment, the scholar suddenly realized that his page shadows seemed to be pulled by a gust of wind and began to go out of his control. In his eyes, two Mu Yus appeared. One Mu Yu stabbed out with his domineering sword, while the other Mu Yu was brandishing another sword form. The dancing flying sword's tip seemed to be guiding an aura, disrupting the movement of the page shadows. What? The scholar's expression changed slightly. He realized that the page shadows were being affected by the wind. The originally rhythmic aura was gradually breaking away from his control. The page shadows have never been a match for the 9 temptations of the sky sword. A strange sword beam flashed in Mu Yu's eyes. His aura continued to rise, and the sword intent around his body became more and more terrifying, as if it had reached a critical point. I always thought that the most powerful move was the 9 temptations return to one sword form, but now I understand that every move of the 9 temptations of the sky sword is interconnected and cannot be separated. No one is more powerful than the other. As long as you grasp the right timing, every move is unparalleled. Mu Yu's sword tip turned to the side as he twisted his waist and took a step forward. His left foot swept gently as his sword swung in a circle. As he shook, the places where the sword swept past emitted a soft whistling sound. The surrounding spiritual energy rotated with his sword and became restless. The page shadows that filled the sky moved with his sword like fallen leaves. Sword chi spread out with Mu Yu as the center. At that moment, all the page shadows suddenly cracked. The originally sharp and gentle page shadows could no longer resist the powerful sword chi. They were instantly ground into fluttering white dust by the domineering sword chi, circling around Mu Yu's sword. The other Mu Yu continued to stab at the scholar with his insufferably arrogant sword. Zhuang Yuanlang stared blankly at the sword that was getting closer and closer. The page shadows around him would occasionally cover Mu Yu's shadow swords. He wanted to do the same and use his nimble movements to weaken Mu Yu's sword chi bit by bit. However, there was a problem with the same move. His page shadows could no longer resist the sword chi. On the contrary, the page shadows in front of him shattered when they came into contact with the shadow swords. The shadow swords stabbed at the scholar with irresistible force. Ding! With a soft ring, Mu Yu's shadow swords were blocked by a silver ring. WN had appeared in front of the scholar who was at a loss. Many intertwined silver rings appeared in front of her, blocking the sharp sword. However, the force of the shadow swords sent WN flying backward, destroying a willow tree and a large rock. In the end, she leaned back and supported herself on the wall, blocking this move. The wall behind her collapsed. The scholar had already been sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. If it wasn't for WN taking this sword head-on, the scholar would have been heavily injured by the 9 heavenly sword guide. Her cultivation was higher than Zhuang Yuanlang and Mu Yu's, and was not any worse than Shimon Wuji's. But in the face of Mu Yu's sword, she was actually forced back so many steps before she was able to completely offset the formidable power of Mu Yu's sword. Little brother, have mercy. WN still had a smile on her face, but in her heart, she already had a whole new level of respect for Mu Yu. In the beginning, she didn't pay attention to Mu Yu because Mu Yu didn't give her a strong feeling. She even thought that the scholar was a bit stronger, but who would have thought that Mu Yu would be able to turn the tables and forcefully turn the situation around? 9 heavenly sword guides, it really is powerful. Zhuang Yuanlang's expression was very ugly. The Yi Ying that he was so proud of was still defeated by the 9 heavenly sword guides. This meant that his master must have known about this long ago. Zhuang Yuanlang's self-esteem suffered a heavy blow. The people of the evil faction roamed the cultivation world and rarely lost to people of the same realm. Even the Yi Ying cultivation method that was specially developed to counter the 9 heavenly sword guides was very famous in the cultivation world. No one could gain an advantage against Yi Ying. However, he was defeated, just like how Xie Bulao was defeated by Jian Ying and Chen Feng, and the scholar was also defeated by Mu Yu. The two Mu Yu merged back into one. Mu Yu calmly looked at Wan. This woman and Mu Yu were known as the golden couple of the evil faction. They really couldn't be underestimated. She blocked his sword. Although he didn't follow up with another move, Wan definitely wouldn't lose to him. Her cultivation wasn't much worse than Shimon Wucheng's. Little brother, I'm interested in you now. Why don't you bring Uncle Dead Tree to my room to talk about life? Wan giggled. Her silver bracelet shrunk and reappeared on her wrist as she teased him. She looked at Mu Yu and was surprised. It was rare for someone to have such a cultivation at such a young age, even in the cultivation world. Even those big sects might not be better than him. Mu Yu appeared as the successor of the Falling Dust Sword Guide not only because of Jian Ying's reputation, but also because of his own strength. I'm not interested. Mu Yu withdrew his sword. He glanced at Dead Tree and curled his lips. My uncle might be interested. You can ask him. Interested your head? Dead Tree snappily scolded. Mu Yu's gaze fell on Luo Shong. Luo Shong's few words were actually able to guide Mu Yu's sword technique. The disciples of Jian Ying's Dust Wind were all extraordinary people. He lost to Luo Shong and the top scholar also lost to Mu Yu. Could it be that the 9 guiding heavenly sword was so powerful that it couldn't be defeated? Shimon Wuji shook his head and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. He turned his head and stared at Wan, then said, Aya, little sister Wan, you stripped naked in front of Deadwood Evergreen, but you don't like me, this delicate and tender flesh, it makes me very sad. I like masculine men. I don't like pretty boys. Wan ambiguously glanced at Dead Tree. Her charming eyes once again threw a bunch of spring and summer flirtatious glances, wanting to charm Dead Tree. Dead Tree coldly snorted and looked away. His face was flushed red. If you want masculine men, I can stick a beard. Shimon Wucheng actually took out a fake beard from somewhere and put it on. I also like furry ones. You shaved off all the hair on your body. I don't like it. Wan charmingly smiled. No, I didn't shave there. How about we go to the room and show you? Go play on the side. I still like to look at that uncle. Wan once again glanced at Dead Tree. Just like that, the two people from the evil sect started to bicker with each other. They completely didn't care about other people's gazes. In reality, there were only 3 other people here. Why would the other people from the evil sect care about their trivial matters? Hurry and leave this place. Dead Tree didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. Being teased by a junior really made his lungs explode. Mu Yu had been secretly laughing. In the end, he was kicked by Dead Tree. Let's go. Luo Shong indifferently glanced at Dead Tree. He had never seen him before, but he didn't say much. He just walked out alone. As for Mu Yu winning against the scholar, he didn't say anything. If Mu Yu won, he wouldn't be happy, but if she lost, he would feel ashamed. The 3 of them turned around and left. However, no one from the evil sect jumped out and said stop, this isn't a place where you can come and go as you wish. In reality, the evil sect's Luyin Yuan was indeed the kind of place where you can come and go as you wish. It just depended on whether you dared to enter or not. Normal people wouldn't be bored enough to trespass into the evil sect's territory. Even if they trespassed, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble. None of the people from the evil sect were to be trifled with. After leaving Luyin Yuan, Mu Yu let out a sigh of relief and said, Senior brother, how did you know I was here? I already said, the shadow sword in your hand has the metal of senior brother. When you came, Chengyang knew. Master told me to come here and take you back. Because I know Shimon Wucheng, the people from the evil sect won't make things difficult for me. Luo Shong said. Mu Yu was overjoyed. Master is with you. Kumu lightly snorted. He was somewhat dissatisfied with Mu Yu's reaction. Luo Shong glanced at Kumu and asked, he is Kumu Changqing? Mu Yu nodded and quickly introduced Kumu to Luo Shong. Unfortunately, Kumu arrogantly glanced at Luo Shong and was too lazy to speak. Jian Ying Chenfeng was his rival in love. He also hated Jian Ying Chenfeng's disciples. Even if he now treated Mu Yu as his own child, it didn't mean he could be polite to Jianying Chenfeng's other disciples. However, Luo Shong was also a very cold guy. Since Ku Mu didn't talk to him, he also didn't want to greet him. Master has always been here. When Chengyang and I left to inquire about Yu Meng's whereabouts, he found Ling and Xiong Nan. He waited for us until we came back. Now, everyone is waiting for you, Luo Shong said to Mu Yu. Mu Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that his master would return to the Moyun mountain range. If that happened, it would really be too late. Now that his cultivation had reached the out-of-body stage, he couldn't return to the Moyun mountain range. If his master went back, he didn't know how to send the Netherworld herb to Luochen Mountain. However, he remembered another thing. Luo Shong only asked him to come to the southern 50-mile garden, but didn't tell him where to find it. Mu Yu didn't know which street Luo Shong was on in the southern 50-mile garden. Thinking of this, he said, "Senior brother, you never told me where you were in the southern 50-mile garden. You wanted to go with Tian Ran, but Tian Ran knew where I was, so I didn't tell her. Even when we met last time, I thought Tian Ran had told you." Luo Shong looked at Mu Yu strangely. Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, because Tian Ran didn't tell him which street Luo Shong was on in the southern 50-mile garden. Tian Ran must have thought that Luo Shong would tell Mu Yu the specific location, so she didn't tell him clearly when they parted. Before Mu Yu came here, he always thought that the southern 50-mile garden was just a garden or something. He would know when he asked. He didn't expect it to be so big. He really made a mistake out of nowhere. Fortunately, Chengyang had foresight. After Luo Shong secretly left the Moyun mountain range, no one could find him. At that time, Chengyang decided to integrate the metals he could control into the flying swords of each of his junior brothers and sisters. This way, they could find each other even if they were separated. Chengyang had relied on this to find Mu Yu no less than 3 times. In Mount Fulong, Mu Yu almost died in the wretched face spider scorpion's cave, but Chengyang came in time. In 8 Grass Village, it was also Chengyang who found Mu Yu's tracks and asked Luo Shong to help. Chengyang was the first to know that Mu Yu had just arrived in the southern 50-mile garden. When Mu Yu was trapped in the second heaven, Chengyang even wanted to use Yuman's method to sneak into the second heaven and use this method to find Mu Yu. They went to Mist Breath City to find out how Yuman entered the second heaven, but unfortunately, they didn't find anything. With such a reliable senior brother like Chengyang, Mu Yu was indeed very lucky. Chapter 316. The 6-mile street was much more prosperous than the 38-mile street. There was a dazzling array of shops and many cultivators. It was a sharp contrast to the 38-mile street, which was depressing and desolate. The most important point was that the cultivators here were all normal in terms of dress and appearance. On the other hand, the pedestrians on the 38-mile street always seemed to be in a hurry and sneaky. On the other hand, the 6-mile street sold everything. Walking through the street, Mu Yu saw a small pill house. This place specialized in selling pills and was not part of the Pill Cauldron sect's property. Although most of the alchemists in the cultivation world were concentrated in the Pill Cauldron sect, there were still some small sects with alchemists who chose to sell pills for a living. However, the quality of pills in places like the small pill house was definitely not as good as the Pill Cauldron sect's 100 herb hall. There were few varieties and even high-level pills were rarely seen. However, this small pill house had the advantage of cheap prices. Therefore, many poor cultivators would come here to buy pills. It wasn't just the small pill house. Mu Yu even saw a shop selling cultivator clothes called Immortal Clothes. The shop assistant at the door shouted, "Immortal clothes are selling at a discount of 10%. It can repel mosquitoes, warm in winter and cool in summer. It's good quality and cheap. It can also speed up the absorption of spiritual energy. Don't miss it." This was the first time Mu Yu heard that clothes could have this kind of effect. He didn't know if it was true or not. There were also Demon Beast Restaurant, Demon Beast Specialty Store, Spirit Beast Pet Shop. Mu Yu felt that everything was very novel. The few cities he had been to didn't have the complete range of things sold here. If he wasn't in a hurry to see his master, he definitely couldn't wait to wander around. It was good to have fun. What made Mu Yu not know whether to laugh or cry was that Xiao Shuai jumped back onto Mu Yu's shoulder with 7 or 8 steamed buns in his arms. Where did you steal them? Did you pay for them? Mu Yu was so focused on watching the fun that he didn't know when Xiao Shuai left. No, that auntie didn't see me. Xiao Shuai took a bite of a steamed bun. How many times have I told you? You have to pay when you buy things. I work hard too. Do you know how hard it is to support a family? Think about it. I buy food for you every day, but it still can't fill your stomach. How many spirit stones have I spent? It smells pretty good. Is this the 9-tailed demon cat's meat? Wow. It's delicious. Give me another one. Then, he forgot about paying for it. Luo Shong led them through an alley and arrived in front of a very quiet courtyard. He pushed open the door of the courtyard and led Mu Yu and the dead tree inside. This was a very simple courtyard. There were no extra decorations in the courtyard, only 2 stone tables and a flower bed. The flower bed was filled with orchids, which were Lan Ling Er's favorite flowers. There were 2 trees in the corner of the courtyard, and a hammock was tied up with a rope. At this moment, a person was lying on the hammock, snoring loudly. The person sleeping soundly was actually Xiong Nan. Mu Yu's heart warmed up. He simply wanted to pounce over and give this lazy third senior brother a good hug. Xiong Nan was usually very lazy and liked to sleep. Now, the sun was already high in the sky, but he was still snoring loudly. You're back. That's great. Mu Yu, you didn't get into any trouble in the evil faction this time, right? Cheng Yang walked out of the house and said with a smile. After not seeing each other for so many years, Cheng Yang had become more mature. As the eldest senior brother, he always gave people an indescribable sense of security. Eldest senior brother. Mu Yu ran over and hugged Cheng Yang. Then, Feng Haochen also stepped out of the house. And Shu, Lan Ling Er, and Qing Mai were outside. Master. Mu Yu was very excited. He also rushed over and hugged Feng Haochen tightly. Feng Haochen still looked like an immortal. At this moment, he was looking at Mu Yu with a smile. Feng Haochen patted Mu Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's good that you're back. You're the most unreliable one. You've caused a commotion in the cultivation world. It's not my fault at all." Mu Yu's face was full of helplessness. Many times, he just did something unintentionally, but these things accidentally blew up. And what I did wasn't as famous as what you did, Mu Yu muttered. Then, he saw Anshu, who still had a poker face. Anshu's cultivation was still in the Jindan period. Mu Yu was now in the out-of-body period. However, when he saw Anshu's expression, he still didn't dare to be presumptuous and greeted him honestly. "Hey, Mu Yu, how did you grow taller than me?" Lan Ling Er walked out from the back of the house. When she saw Mu Yu, she revealed a rare bright smile. "Senior sister Ling Er, do you want a hug?" Mu Yu giggled foolishly. When he saw Ling Er this time, he felt much more at ease and didn't feel any awkwardness. He understood that he had really put Ling Er down. "I want a hug, I want a hug." Xiao Shuai had finished eating the bun in his hand. He jumped into Lan Ling Er's arms and then shamelessly rubbed against the soft part of Lan Ling Er's chest. "Hey! This voice is Xiao Shuai. You've already broken out of your shell? Aya, so cute." Lan Ling Er instantly liked Xiao Shuai when she saw him. "Sister Ling Er still remembers me. I'm so happy. I like it when Sister Ling Er hugs me." Xiao Shuai's entire body had almost burrowed into Ling Er's clothes, leaving only his big tail outside. Damn it. Shameless Xiao Shuai. When he met Tian Ran, he said that he liked Tian Ran the most. When he met Qiao Shui, he said that he liked Qiao Shui the most. When he met Lan Ling Er, he also said that he liked Lan Ling Er the most. But every girl's heart melted when they saw Xiao Shuai's cute appearance. They didn't care what Xiao Shui was doing. Mu Yu sighed. Sure enough, being cute allowed one to do whatever they wanted in front of girls. He really envied Xiao Shui. Whenever he met a beautiful girl, he would burrow into her chest. He recalled that he had only touched a girl's soft chest once, and it was by accident. In the end, Ru Anna from the Yarrow sect threatened to chop off his hand. It was simply unfair. Then, Mu Yu suddenly felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere in the courtyard seemed to have quieted down. Oh no. He just remembered that he was too happy and neglected Elder Ku Mu. Ku Mu, I haven't seen you for decades, right? You're still so young. Feng Haochen smiled and nodded at Ku Mu. Ku Mu stared at Feng Haochen with an ugly expression. From the moment Miao Yuyan chose Feng Haochen, he started to hate Feng Haochen. If he could, he would rather never see Feng Haochen again. But for Miao Yuyan, he could only choose to come in front of his former love rival. He even had to help this bastard recover his cultivation. This complicated feeling made him very uncomfortable. Have a seat. Feng Haochen walked to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down. Qing Mai had already brought over a tea set and placed it on the table. Qing Mai looked slender and elegant. She was even more mature and charming than before. She and Cheng Yang were really a match made in heaven. Junior brother Mu Yu, you're here. Everyone was worried about you. Qing Mai's cultivation had already reached the nascent soul stage. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. Hello, sister-in-law. Mu Yu smiled embarrassedly. Back then, for his master's safety, Mu Yu had let Cheng Yang and Qing Mai break off all ties. Thinking of this, Mu Yu still felt a little sorry for his senior brother and sister-in-law. But then he saw Luo Shong standing beside Lan Ling Er. Suddenly, he didn't feel guilty anymore. This matter was obviously caused by Luo Shong blindly. If Mu Yu had known that the red-clothed youth who threatened the Qingsong Taoist was Luo Shong, he wouldn't have been worried about his master's safety. He also wouldn't have let his senior brother make a choice. Qing Mai poured a cup of tea for everyone and then sat beside Cheng Yang. Ku Mu clenched his fists. Everything here seemed to be incompatible with him. Mu Yu and everyone in the courtyard knew each other. He was the only outsider. He was very antisocial and didn't like to communicate with outsiders. Especially when there was someone he hated his whole life here. He wanted to turn around and leave, but he knew that it was impossible. He still had some things to do. Aya, we're all family. Don't be so polite. Mu Yu laughed and pressed Ku Mu on the chair opposite Feng Haochen. Ku Mu looked very angry and glared fiercely at Mu Yu. Mu Yu also pulled a chair and sat next to the two of them. Suddenly, he felt a little strange because he didn't know how to say it. These two were his masters, but they had some conflicts. It was a little difficult for him to be in the middle. You've got a good disciple. Ku Mu said slowly after a long time. The others sat at another table and listened to their conversation. Feng Haochen stroked his white beard and said with a smile, "He's your disciple too, isn't he?" "Master, it's actually like this." Mu Yu scratched his head and was a little flustered. He wanted to explain something, but he didn't know how to. Many sects in the cultivation world had strict rules. A person could only have one master. Otherwise, it would be regarded as deceiving the master. This was also the reason why Mu Yu didn't want to take Ku Mu as his master. "Yes, he's my disciple." Ku Mu looked at Feng Haochen provocatively. His tone was very firm. He just wanted to go against the person he hated. Ku Mu realized that this was a good opportunity to attack Feng Haochen. Snatching his disciple was undoubtedly mocking him. "Old man, you're embarrassing me like this." Mu Yu leaned on the table and muttered softly. At the same time, he secretly glanced at his master, Feng Haochen. Ku Mu glared at Mu Yu again. Feng Haochen smiled and said, "It's okay. You're indeed Mu Yu's master." Mu Yu was relieved. In fact, he already knew that his master wouldn't mind this. That was why he brought Ku Mu here. Feng Haochen was very easygoing. He had always taught Mu Yu to be worthy of his own heart. As long as he felt that he could live with it, he wouldn't care about anything else. "You don't mind?" Ku Mu frowned. He thought that Feng Haochen would at least question Mu Yu. Then, he would speak up to defend Mu Yu and oppose Feng Haochen to the end. "Master is just a title. You've taught Mu Yu many things and helped Mu Yu a lot. You and I are the same. We both hope that Mu Yu can become a better person. Our goals are the same." It's no big deal for Mu Yu to call you master, Feng Haochen said calmly. Ku Mu was a little annoyed. He had prepared a speech to defend Mu Yu, but he couldn't say it. Feng Haochen wouldn't blame Mu Yu at all. Recover your cultivation and save Miao Yuyan. Then, I won't have any master-disciple relationship with Mu Yu. Mu Yu will belong to you, Ku Mu said coldly. He didn't plan to beat around the bush. Feng Haochen's temperament was always so calm. He knew that he couldn't possibly anger him. Mu Yu almost vomited blood. Whoa, old man, your words hurt my heart. Am I a commodity? How can I be casually borrowed? Mu Yu cursed. This old man's mouth was as hard as a rock. He didn't say anything nice. Feng Haochen shook his head and said, You don't have to be so stubborn. I know you want to come here. I want you to help me do something else. After recovering your cultivation, what else can't you do by yourself? Ku Mu mocked. You and I both know that recovering cultivation isn't something that can be done in a day. I know you asked Mu Yu to find the netherworld grass and 9 chi soul cleansing flower. Mu Yu should have found them. However, if the netherworld grass wants to restore my Dantian, I have to stay in the immortal confinement prison and let it absorb the excess life energy. Mu Yu can't enter the Moyun mountain range. He can't remove the life energy and death energy in the immortal confinement prison. He can only do it here, Feng Haochen said slowly. Can't he do it here? Ku Mu asked. He can, but after the life energy of the 9 chi soul cleansing flower and the netherworld grass combine, it can last for a year. After they combine, I can't directly remove them. I can only wait for the 9 chi soul cleansing flower to lose its effect after a year. This means that I have to wait for a year in the immortal confinement prison with the life energy of the netherworld grass and the 9 chi soul cleansing flower. After a year, I can recover my cultivation. Then what are you trying to say? Ku Mu asked. What I mean is that recovering my cultivation isn't the most important thing. I waited for you for another thing, Feng Haochen said. You think I will help you with other things? Stop dreaming. Helping you recover your cultivation is already my bottom line. Don't even think about it. Ku Mu snorted. You won't even help with Mu Yu's matter? Feng Haochen chuckled. Mu Yu touched his nose in confusion. He didn't understand his master's words and asked, What does it have to do with me this time? Ku Mu also didn't understand. He looked at Mu Yu and scolded, You little bastard, what did you do this time? Why didn't you tell me? Heaven and earth can be my witness. I didn't do anything. Mu Yu helplessly stretched out his hands. Feng Haochen took a sip of tea and said, There are 4 people in the world who don't lose to me in terms of formations. One is the formation sex formation Heavenly Tao, one is Xie Bulao, one is the formation guardian of the threefold palace, and the last one is you. Mu Yu witnessed the formations in Ku Mu's valley and acknowledged Ku Mu's formation Tao. However, he didn't expect Feng Haochen to praise Ku Mu's formations so much. So, Ku Mu's tone softened. At least he had one ability that wasn't inferior to Feng Haochen. This made him feel better. I need you to help me suppress the human's power in Mu Yu and the others. Chapter 317. Feng Haochen said to the others, You 3 don't have to hide it. Ku Mu is one of us. He knows Mu Yu's ability. Cheng Yang bowed politely to Ku Mu and said, Senior Ku Mu, I can control metal. Several black metal balls appeared around him and rotated around him. Those metal spheres began to change into all kinds of nimble shapes, and even turned into swords that danced in the air. In the end, they covered Cheng Yan's arms like armor. They shone with a metallic luster and were cold but tough. Luo Shong was not so polite. Without saying anything, flames burst out of his body. The flames danced but did not burn his clothes. A scorching hot aura hit him in the face. It was very uncomfortable. Can't you take it easy? Why don't you go to heaven with such a big temper? Mu Yu didn't like the steaming flames, but she probably didn't like the second senior brother as a person. I'll take you to heaven. Luo Shong glanced at Mu Yu. His gaze was not polite. Then, the flames on his body disappeared. The 2 of them did not like each other. Mu Yu did not like Luo Shong because of Lan Ling Er. Luo Shong did not like Mu Yu because Mu Yu had almost killed their master. Due to his identity as second senior brother, Luo Shong had saved Mu Yu several times. Every time he saved Mu Yu, he would be in a bad mood. Mu Yu being grateful to Luo Shong was one thing, but not liking Luo Shong was another. Who's the other one? Kumu asked. Lan Linger ran over and kicked Xiong Nan, who was sleeping in the hammock. Xiong Nan ran over embarrassedly and greeted Mu Yu in surprise when he saw him. Hearing that he was going to show his ability to control earth, he quickly gathered a few stones from the flowerbed. The soil of the flowerbed poured down, and the orchids were all over the place. Those are the flowers I planted. Lan Linger was furious and kicked Xiong Nan again. Xiong Nan said apologetically, "Junior sister, I'm sorry. I'll fix it for you later. Not a single stone or soil will be missing. I promise." Mu Yu had never seen his senior brothers display their abilities in person before. He had only seen them in his dreams when he encountered the phantom in the second heaven. But at that time, Mu Yu had always thought that it was fake, and the scene was too unbelievable, so Mu Yu didn't take it seriously. Cheng Yang had said that if he could keep the fact that he had human's power a secret that not even those close to him knew, then outsiders wouldn't find out either. Cheng Yang and Xiong Nan had concealed their abilities very well, but Mu Yu had been very open about it. However, Mu Yu still didn't understand. Can someone explain what the Nine Heavens Sealing Devil Formation is? Mu Yu asked, puzzled. The Nine Heavens Sealing Devil Formation is a very ancient formation with terrifying power. It was invented by the human race to deal with human. The conditions for setting up the Nine Heavens Sealing Devil Formation are too strict, and there will be restrictions everywhere. This formation is specifically used to restrict the abilities of the Yu Meng devils. Feng Haochen explained. Kumu glanced at Mu Yu. He didn't care about other people, but he had to take this seriously because it concerned Mu Yu's safety. Although he always scolded Mu Yu and said that Mu Yu was useless, Mu Yu was very important to him. Kumu said, "The human's power in your body can be restricted by the Nine Heavens Sealing Devil Formation because the power you possess isn't pure. The consciousness of the five spirit lords human is sleeping in your body and will wake up from time to time according to your emotional changes. The Nine Heavens Sealing Devil Formation can prevent the consciousness of Spirit Lord human in your body from resuscitation, so you won't lose control." This was the first time Mu Yu had heard of the Nine Heavens Sealing Devil Formation, and he felt a little ashamed. His two masters were clearly experts in formations, but he seemed to have only learned a little bit of formation knowledge. It couldn't even be considered a superficial knowledge. He couldn't be blamed. Feng Haochen didn't teach these people about formations in the beginning because he didn't want them to discover the existence of the immortal confining prison. Kumu did teach Mu Yu a lot about formations, but unfortunately, Mu Yu put more effort into the Tao of medicine. He only knew more about formations than ordinary people, but his understanding of formations was far from Kumu's level. "How do we do this formation?" Mu Yu asked. "Use your bodies as the foundation of the formation and seal Spirit Lord Human's power. This means that Spirit Lord Human in your body won't resuscitation. Mu Yu, the power in your body is the most unstable, and this time, I found that Human's aura in your body is getting stronger and stronger. You lost control more than once or twice after leaving the Moyun mountain range, right? Your control over plants is getting more and more stable. Let me think. Your Mu Ling has recovered a little, right?" Feng Haochen said meaningfully. Mu Yu opened his mouth and could only nod helplessly. Sure enough, he couldn't hide anything from his master. When he was on the floating immortal island, he lost control once and was captured by Kumu. When he was on the second layer of heaven, the phantom spirit created a dreamland, and he lost control in the dream. Feng Haochen was a true god who defeated Spirit Lord Human single-handedly, so he couldn't be more familiar with human. You can't avoid using some human's power because it has already fused with your spiritual power. As long as you don't resuscitation the dormant power in your body, it won't be a problem. However, if the power in your body resuscitates too much, it won't be quiet in your body anymore and will become more and more active. When you lose control again one day, it might suppress your own consciousness. At that time, Spirit Lord Yuman will truly return, Feng Haochen said in a serious tone. Everyone was silent. Luo Shong pursed his lips. Actually, he was like Mu Yu and had lost control before. However, he was able to wake up in time. However, this kind of thing was hard to say. What if they couldn't wake up after losing control one day? Chengyang and Xiong Nan probably lost control the least times. The human power in Chengyan's body was the most stable, followed by Xiong Nan. They weren't as restless as Mu Yu and Luo Shong. Then, if I use the ninth heaven's demon sealing formation, can I still control plants? Mu Yu asked. You can. This power has already fused with your spiritual power. Right now, Yuman is ready to make a comeback. I'm worried about the four of you. If you lose control and Spirit Lord Yuman takes over your body, it will be even more troublesome. The ninth heaven's demon sealing formation can completely seal Spirit Lord Yuman's power in your body, preventing him from resuscitation. Even Yuman won't be able to break it, Feng Haochen said. Kumu frowned. However, with our cultivation, I'm afraid we won't be able to lay down the ninth heaven's demon sealing formation, right? There must be someone else. Who else did you find? Xie Bulao, Feng Haochen said indifferently. Xie Bulao was the sect master of an evil faction. His disciples were all evil. Just look at Shimen Wuji and Wan. When Feng Haochen mentioned Xie Bulao, Kumu and Mu Yu were both shocked. Xie Bulao will help you. Xie Bulao can't wait to kill you, right? Kumu mocked. Earlier, the disciples of the evil faction were so interested in Mu Yu's finger because of Xie Bulao's order. It would be strange if Xie Bulao was willing to help Jian Ying and Chen Feng. Feng Haochen helplessly said, I had some grudges with Xie Bulao in the past. Thinking about the White Ape Demon King, I had to spend a lot of effort to convince him to negotiate with the demon race and make them agree to stand on the side of the human race. Otherwise, how could that guy from the third palace let Mu Yu go? So it was Master who helped me solve this problem, Mu Yu gratefully said. He didn't know how big of a mess he had made. Mu Yu's release of the White Ape Demon King was tantamount to a greater threat to the survival of the human race. This matter was unforgivable in the eyes of the Threefold Palace. Especially when the Yu Meng devil race had just broken free from the immortal confinement prison. The emergence of the White Ape Demon King had undoubtedly brought great pressure to the human race. If Feng Haochen didn't persuade Xie Bulao to negotiate with the demon race and the demon race agreed to deal with Yuman with the human race, the third palace probably wouldn't have let Mu Yu go and wouldn't have recognized the demon race. The appearance of a young demon on the Supreme Immortal ranking was the best proof. Needless to say, it was all thanks to Feng Haochen. Master, since the people of the Threefold Palace already know that the Yu Meng Devil clan has escaped from the immortal confining prison, why didn't the guardian of the Threefold Palace help you remove the immortal confining prison? Yuman was preparing to make a comeback. Although the third palace was choosing Supreme Immortals to deal with Yuman, it was obvious that Jian Ying and Chen Feng were the better choice. As long as Jian Ying and Chen Feng recovered their cultivation, then Yuman wouldn't be able to run rampant anymore and would be suppressed again. The third palace is not a kind power. You have to understand this. They will do anything to win for the human race. Anyone who can threaten their position will be eliminated. Because of this, they don't dare to let me recover my cultivation. They know that I won't forgive people for breaking their promises. Feng Haochen's voice lacked the usual calmness and was replaced by an indescribable majesty. This majesty startled his disciples. Mu Yu was also curious. His master had never shown any of the majesty of a sect master. He had always been tolerant of his disciples and never got angry or scolded them. In their eyes, Feng Haochen was an amiable elder. He didn't put on airs and only did ordinary things and lived an ordinary life. Feng Haochen had never shown such majesty in front of his disciples before. This majesty was unfamiliar to everyone. Back then, Feng Haochen made an agreement with the people of the third palace. He sacrificed himself to trap Yuman in exchange for saving everyone in the Moyun mountain range. However, after the immortal confinement prison was set up, The third palace chose to go against the agreement and left the millions of people in the Moyun mountain range to fend for themselves. If Feng Haochen recovered his cultivation and became the Jianying Chenfeng of the past, Jianying Chenfeng would definitely settle the score with the threefold palace. The guardian of the third palace is afraid that I will kill him. He is right to be afraid. I will kill him. Feng Haochen said calmly. An invisible killing intent flashed. Although it was weak, it still made Mu Yu's heart tremble. His master, who had always been calm and easygoing, actually wanted to kill someone. However, he quickly understood. Chapter 318. The Threefold Palace was a mysterious force. They were extremely powerful and knew everything about the Threefold Continent. All the sects and forces on the Threefold Continent had to obey them. Jianying Chenfeng's appearance was a variable. His cultivation level threatened the Threefold Palace's ruling position on the Threefold Continent. Jianying Chenfeng had sacrificed himself for the safety of the human race. His cultivation level was gradually draining away. His existence was no longer a threat to the Threefold Palace. This was something the Threefold Palace was happy to see. How could they release someone who could topple the entire continent? Not to mention, they had done something wrong to Jianying Chenfeng. If they removed the immortal confining prison, they would have to bear Jianying Chenfeng's anger. However, because of the immortal confining prison, the Threefold Palace's guardians can't kill me. You don't have to worry about me. However, as my disciples, you guys are on the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard. The Threefold Palace's guardians won't be at ease. Feng Haochen's eyes flashed with wisdom. Why don't they just kill us? They don't have to let us on the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard. Xiong Nan couldn't help but interrupt. Feng Haochen shook his head. They have to be fair in front of the human race. Otherwise, they won't be able to convince the masses. They only dare to do some small things in secret. Even if they don't let you on the leaderboard, it's easy for you guys to get on the leaderboard with your cultivation level. They won't kill you because they know that Spirit Lord Yu Meng is sleeping in your bodies. Once you die, Spirit Lord Yu Meng will take over your bodies and cause them even more trouble. I think the Threefold Palace must be thinking about how to deal with you guys right now. Mu Yu felt strange. He was always involved in all kinds of troublesome things. He wasn't interested in the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard. It was just a leaderboard. Whoever liked it could get on it. He just wanted to do his own thing and live happily. However, he didn't expect that he had already been listed as a bad person by the Threefold Palace. It wasn't fun to be targeted by the Threefold Palace. Do you think the Threefold Palace is watching us? Otherwise, how do they know our cultivation levels and backgrounds? Mu Yu asked. They relied on the Extreme Immortal Stele to figure out your strength. The Extreme Immortal Stele is a spiritual object of heaven and earth. It has transcendental intelligence and is mixed with the rules of the heavenly Tao. No one in heaven and earth can escape its detection. However, you can be at ease because even the third palace will not know your whereabouts. Although they are powerful, they are not powerful to that extent. If an Extreme Immortal was killed, the spirit patterns on the Extreme Immortal's body would return to the Extreme Immortal Monument, and the information of the murderer would be announced to the world. There would be a record of who killed the Extreme Immortal. The Threefold Palace uses this to ensure fairness in the competition between Extreme Immortals, Feng Haochen explained. After becoming a Supreme Immortal, cultivators above the age of 40 were not allowed to kill Supreme Immortals at will. This rule undoubtedly protected the safety of these Supreme Immortals, preventing them from dying for no reason. If they were to die, they should die at the hands of Supreme Immortals, not at the hands of random people. In order to be able to shoulder heavy responsibilities, Extreme Immortals needed to temper themselves through battle. This kind of rule was already very cruel to begin with, and it was even more unjustifiable for them to be slaughtered by the older generation. Many people believed that Supreme Immortals should have the ability to remain unyielding. If they could escape from the older generation, then it meant that they could shoulder heavy responsibilities. However, there was one problem that the Threefold Palace had to consider. Becoming a Supreme Immortal was a very glorious thing, and one's status was extremely high. The first 9 supreme immortals were existences that all the sect leaders had to bow their heads to. If an elder of a certain sect, in order to ensure that his disciple could become a supreme immortal and become an existence respected by everyone, secretly took action by suppressing the supreme immortal with his cultivation base, it would eventually develop into a competition between the older generation of the various sects. In this way, the supreme immortal leaderboard would lose its meaning, and it would not be able to accurately pick out the true talents. This was also the reason why the leaderboard prohibited people above the age of 40 from killing supreme immortals. As for why the older generation could not become supreme immortals, it was because this was the era of the younger generation. The younger generation had to be the ones to deal with supreme immortals, and not the older generation who were about to die. Of course, the Threefold Palace also had their reasons, because it was said that in the future, the Threefold Palace would teach the supreme immortals some kind of special technique to deal with human. The younger one was, the more advantageous it would be to cultivate this kind of technique. Therefore, the older generation was eliminated. Of course, our biggest problem now is how to persuade Elder Xie to help us again. Feng Haochen said. How did you persuade him last time, Master? Can't you do it again? Cheng Yang asked. He agreed to negotiate with the monster race because he owed me a favor, and he agreed to return the favor. This time, if we don't give him some benefits, he probably won't agree. Feng Haochen said with a smile. Mu Yu asked curiously, demonic sects also pay attention to favors? The people of demonic sects were eccentric, and they did as they pleased. Trying to reason with them was tantamount to a joke. Even Shimon Wuji's oath before entering the sect was treated as a joke, so how could they pay attention to favors? Luo Shong glanced at Mu Yu and said, the people of demonic sects don't follow any rules, but they know how to repay favors, and they won't forget righteousness at the sight of benefits. The people of demonic sects don't care about favors between themselves, but they attach great importance to the favors of outsiders, because it is a kind of negation of their ability. They see owing favors to outsiders as a kind of humiliation, and they don't think that they need the help of outsiders, so they will think of ways to repay the favor. Shimon Wuji clearly also owed Luo Shong a favor, so no matter if it was at Fujian Island or Eight Grass Village, Shimon Wuji was very unwilling to help Luo Shong to help Mu Yu solve the problem. Thinking about it this way, the people of demonic sects at least had a cute side. There is something here, you can take it and return it to Elder Xie. He should agree to this matter. Feng Haochen took out a brocade box. This brocade box was only the size of a palm, but it was flickering with exquisite formation patterns. The treasure inside this brocade box was clearly very precious, and Feng Haochen had deliberately used a formation to protect it. Master, why don't you go by yourself? Don't you think it's better? Mu Yu asked strangely. Feng Haochen's face showed a trace of helplessness, and shook his head. I really don't want to see Elder Xie again, at least I don't want to go to the place where he stays, those demonic things he creates always make me feel uncomfortable. Luo Shong and Mu Yu, you two know Shimon Wuji, so one of you two should go. I also don't want to go, let Mu Yu go. Luo Shong's expression was very serious as he refused. Mu Yu was puzzled, was that place some kind of dangerous place? If it was a dangerous place, Master wouldn't let them go. But Luo Shong as senior brother actually evaded this matter, it was too strange. Okay, I will go, Luo Shong, you go first and help me find Shimon Wuji. Mu Yu shrugged his shoulders, in any case he had already been to all kinds of places, so he didn't care about going into the tiger's den again. Since Master was so assured to let them go, then there shouldn't be any danger. But there was no need to worry about this matter, after all, Mu Yu had just returned, and he still had a lot to say to everyone. He also didn't avoid arousing suspicion, and answered everyone's questions. Everyone here was his family, so there was nothing to hide. However, he secretly skipped over the matter of the phantom, as if it was a coincidence that he had obtained the Netherworld herb. That's right. At that time, Mu Yu's eyes were brimming with tears, and he tightly hugged me, just like brothers who had been separated by life and death, reunited again. Then his tears flowed down like a river bursting the dam. He kissed me, and refused to let me go, because I had saved him, and pulled him back from the evil claws of the 6th-rank demonic toad. Dragon Vine also whimpered, and was grateful to me, and crawled at my feet, trembling. If it wasn't for me, Dragon Vine would have most likely been torn to shreds by that 6th-rank demonic toad, and become its dinner. I sacrificed myself, and offered myself to that 6th-rank demonic toad, at that time. Xiao Shuai's impassioned voice came from the side. Mu Yu was originally telling everyone about returning to Luochen Mountain from the spiritual Qi, and just as he was about to talk about his competition with Jiyu Etian, Xiao Shuai was fooling around with Lanling and Qing Mai. Mu Yu walked over, flustered and exasperated. He knew that this narcissistic guy must have slandered him as a crybaby again. This time, Xiao Shuai rubbed against Qing Mai's arms. He grabbed Xiao Shuai's fluffy tail, and pulled Xiao Shuai out of Qing Mai's arms. This guy didn't let go of any girl's soft spot, how shameless. Correction, first of all, I didn't cry, and second of all, I was the one who did all the work. Also, Dragon Vine didn't go with us to the 2nd layer of heaven. Xiao Shuai, don't tamper with the story, otherwise, if everyone misunderstands, I'll beat you up. Mu Yu fiercely pulled Xiao Shuai's tail and swung it several times in the air, making Xiao Shuai dizzy. Put it down, what are you doing? Lanling glared at Mu Yu and rescued Xiao Shuai from Mu Yu's hands. It's fine, why are you abusing a small animal like this? Lanling patted Xiao Shuai's fur with heartache. Xiao Shuai actually pretended to be wronged. I'm abusing a small animal. Mu Yu opened his mouth, thinking back to the first time he went out alone with Lanling. She was even happier killing demon beasts than he was killing demon beast. Would you really say I love you to Xiao Shuai? I didn't expect junior brother Mu Yu to be such a sentimental person. Qing Mai smiled gently. Mu Yu was speechless. He really hated Xiao Shuai, this bastard. Then, he ran over to Ku Mu's arm and pulled out the dragon vine, saying, "Let me show you a fresh dragon vine that has turned into a dragon." The dragon vine cried out in dissatisfaction and returned to its huge body, attracting everyone's attention. Wow! I've never seen a real dragon before. It's so majestic. Mu Yu, I heard you've ridden it before? Xiong Nan exclaimed. The others also felt that it was very magical. A dragon vine that had turned into a dragon was a very rare existence. Yeah. I rode it when I was on Fujian Island. Anyway, it's a very easy guy to get along with. Dragon vine, they're all on the same side. You can let them understand you when you speak. Compared to the unreliable Xiao Shuai, Mu Yu preferred the dragon vine that slept all day long. At least it didn't talk nonsense. Oh, I don't like to talk to people. I'm going back to sleep. The dragon vine directly spoke human language. Other than Ku Mu and Mu Yu, it didn't like any other humans. Sleep later. Hurry up and show us how you eat Xiao Shuai to broaden everyone's horizons. Mu Yu wanted the dragon vine to take Xiao Shuai away, so that this guy wouldn't talk nonsense again. I don't eat shit. The dragon vine lazily slapped its tail, looked at everyone, and then went back to Ku Mu's arm. Everyone laughed. Xiao Shuai was flustered and exasperated, wanting to fight the dragon vine. Chapter 319. Mu Yu chose to stay here. It had everything he needed. The courtyard was divided into a front yard and a backyard. There were also enough rooms, just like a big family. The only regret was that there was an outsider here, and he was the kind who was stubborn. I don't want to stay with this bastard. I'm going to find an inn to stay in. Ku Mu glanced at Feng Haochen and Mu Yu and prepared to leave. Mu Yu was really annoyed by this stubborn old man. Every time Ku Mu and Feng Haochen said a word, it was like they were biting an explosive pill. The smell of gunpowder was so strong that he felt like he would suffocate if he didn't get angry. Hey, give me some face. They won't mind if you stay. Mu Yu pulled Ku Mu back. Ku Mu only had the cultivation of the Jindan period. In the 50-mile garden in the south, the Jindan period wasn't worth mentioning. With Ku Mu's stubborn and fiery personality, it wouldn't be surprising if he angered an out-of-body nascent soul stage cultivator. I mind, Ku Mu said impatiently. Mu Yu rolled her eyes and rolled her eyes. She seemed to have thought of something. She rushed over and opened the gate of the courtyard. Then, she said maliciously, "All right. Then you go alone. I won't accompany you." The dead tree snorted heavily and lifted his foot to leave. "But I have to remind you that Miss Wanwan from the evil sect seems to like you a lot. Don't let me find you tomorrow when you're under her body doing shameful things. Forget it, as the saying goes, even if you die under a peony, you'll still be a romantic ghost. Old man, if you can get Wanwan, you won't lose anything," Muyu said leisurely with his arms crossed. Kumu's foot had just stepped out, but before it landed, Muyu's words made him so angry that his whole body trembled. He turned around and walked to Muyu and kicked him. "Go and prepare an empty room for me." Sure enough, WNWAN had left too much of a shadow in Deadwood's heart. Thinking back, he used to be the Poison King who was feared by everyone. Now that he had fallen from grace and was being teased by a little witch from an evil sect, he was infuriated. I know. Muyu snickered and hurriedly took Deadwood to the backyard to find a room to live in. Just like that, Muyu and Kumu settled down. Every day, Muyu would stay in the small courtyard and chat and laugh with his fellow disciples. It was as if he had returned to the Luochen mountain in the past. The only regret was that the two most troublemakers, Kong Kong and Miao Miao, were missing. As for these two troublemakers, Qing Mai will follow Feng Haochen back to Moyun Mountain Range and bring Kong Kong Miao Miao and Qing Mai's father out of Moyun Mountain Range. The Moyun Mountain Range would soon begin to reject nascent soul cultivators. It would not be safe for the Qingsong Taoist to stay there. On the fourth day, Luo Shong had already greeted Shimen Wuji, and Muyu once again came to the unguarded Luyin Yuan. This time, he was familiar with the route and directly shouted for Shimen Wuji to come out. Wan twisted her slender waist and looked left and right. She was very unhappy when she didn't see the uncle she liked. To be honest, after coming to 38, Lee Street once, Muyu really didn't want to come to 38, Lee Street a second time. Because when he was walking on the road just now, he saw the chrysanthemum-faced Little Red again. Now, his stomach was constantly churning. Shimen Wuji shook his head and looked at Muyu from head to toe. Then, he asked playfully, "Do you really want to go to that place? In any case, I'm already here. What else can I do?" Muyu said. "How scary is that place? Why is everyone's reaction so strange? Do you know what that place is? It's not a simple matter to see the boss of my evil sect." Shimen Wuji raised his eyebrows. "I advise you to think twice. Will people die?" Muyu asked. "No. It's fine as long as people don't die. Let's go quickly," Muyu urged. Shimen Wuji led the way in the front. While leading the way, he said calmly, "I'm worried that as soon as you enter, you will impatiently want to run out. That place is the holy land of my evil sect. My master likes to use certain things to test outsiders. It's very easy to breed heart devil. Not to mention you, even I can't hold on for too long. Our evil sect's test is something that you self-proclaimed righteous sects people can't withstand." Shimen Wuji led Muyu out of Luyin Yuan and continued to walk along 38, Lee Street. All kinds of cultivators on the 38-mile street seemed to be harboring some evil intentions. Their expressions were sneaky, and from time to time, they would look around vigilantly. There were some people who saw Shimen Wuji and ran away from afar. Is that place a mountain of blades and a sea of flames? What kind of test do I have to go through to go in? Muyu chuckled. But he was a little more serious. In the end, what kind of place was it that even Shimen Wuji couldn't hold on for too long? Since the evil sect was called evil, if an evil thing entered one's body, it would definitely affect one's mind and breed heart devil. Muyu had never looked down on this guy Shimen Wuji. Although this guy was unreliable, but his cultivation was really formidable. If even Shimen Wuji couldn't stay for too long in the place where Xie Bulao was, then didn't that mean that he also had no chance? In any case, you definitely won't like it. The place where my old man is at is a test of willpower. Only those with firm willpower can firmly hold on to their heart. Otherwise, they will be bewitched by our evil sect's holy objects. It's even more serious than climbing a mountain of blades and diving into a sea of flames. Shimon Wuji coughed, then suddenly said seriously. Other people called their things evil things, but he directly called them holy objects. Test of willpower? Mu Yu believed that his willpower was still firm. He had been to the second layer of heaven and fought with many demons. He had broken through the underground palace of demon race and fought with many demons. He had also woken up in the chaotic dreamland created by Phantom. Even when he was trapped in the second layer of heaven, he had thought of a way to escape. After experiencing so many hardships, he had survived. If this didn't count as firm willpower, then he didn't know what was. Mu Yu cleared his throat and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely be able to break through." That's not necessarily true. However, my brother-in-law, how is your little sister Tianran? Shimon Wuji suddenly said with a beaming smile. When Mu Yu thought of Tianran, he felt a burst of frustration in his heart. But he suddenly woke up and wished he could give Shimon Wuji a punch. If you call me brother-in-law again, I won't be polite. Tianran is the girl I like. If you dare to have any ideas about her, I will definitely fall out with you. Shimon Wuji opened his fan with a huala sound and said with a smile, Aya, don't be like this. Before they got married, it was a fair competition, right? I was just casually asking, but let me tell you, when you enter our evil faction's holy land and are affected by our evil faction's holy object, you will most likely see the little saintess of Jade sect in your mind. Mu Yu frowned. What he hated the most was having a mess of things in his mind. Last time, Tianran had an accident in the dreamland created by Phantom, and he didn't like that dreamland very much. If the evil faction's evil beings created the same dreamland for him, he would really go crazy. He somewhat regretted promising his master to come here. Perhaps his master and Luo Shong had also been affected by those evil beings. They were able to break through, but it seemed to be a very unpleasant experience, so they didn't want to come here a second time. Thinking about this, Mu Yu also didn't want to experience this kind of thing. But now that the arrow was already narked on the bow, he couldn't back out at this time. Mu Yu turned into an alley with Shimon Wuji. To Mu Yu's surprise, this alley was filled with people coming and going. There were even more people than the 38-mile street. Reflected in his eyes, everyone's face was wearing a gaudy mask. These masks perfectly fit each face, as if it was a real face, isolating them from outsiders probing. These masked people's clothes were very ordinary, coarse linen clothes. If not for the faint fluctuation of spiritual power in their body, Mu Yu would have thought that they were poor people. They came and went, didn't greet each other, and went their own way. Are these your evil factions people? Mu Yu stared at those masked people, wanting to see if there was anything unusual about them. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell what was unusual about them. But these people always gave Mu Yu a very strange feeling. After putting on the mask, you can be considered our evil factions people, Shimon Wuji said. Soon after, Shimon Wuji stopped in front of a courtyard. Mu Yu raised his head to take a look, and his complexion slightly changed. What entered his eyes was a huge black skull, approximately 5 meters tall. Its 2 eye sockets were flickering with red light, and it was staring at the incoming people. It opened its bloody mouth, which was covered with a layer of spiritual energy barrier made of grey mist. Evil energy kept rising from its mouth, making it look particularly scary. At this moment, many masked people were going in and out of the skull's huge mouth. Those who entered directly melted into the grey-colored barrier and disappeared, so they didn't know the situation inside. Next to the skull, there was a stone tablet, and above it was written Hell on Earth in big blood-red characters. Next to it, there was also a trace of red bloodstain, which was a ghastly sight, making people's mind couldn't help but ripple. Hell on Earth. Mu Yu frowned, and his expression was somewhat nervous. Could it be that there was endless slaughter inside? What were these masked people doing? Those who come to my evil faction's holy land have to wear a mask. I have prepared one for you. Shimon Wuji handed over a mask to Mu Yu. Mu Yu took the mask, and just when the mask was close to his face, who would have thought that the mask seemed to come alive, and suddenly attached itself to his entire face without leaving any gap, but he didn't feel any discomfort, instead it was incomparably smooth, and didn't affect any of his senses. Shimon Wuji didn't wear the mask, and said, "Everyone here knows me, so I won't wear the mask. Let me tell you again, after stepping through this door, you have to be mentally prepared. Our evil faction's things are extraordinary, and the challenge to your mind and willpower is enormous. If you are careless and get injured, it might even cause you to lose too much blood. Of course, if there is danger, there is also opportunity. If you can endure it, it will also be beneficial to your cultivation." Hearing the word bleed, Muyu was startled. Just what was behind this door? Was it really so powerful? Muyu raised his vigilance, then nodded and said, "I am ready." Shimon Wuji once again looked at Muyu, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, then he turned around and stepped into the skull. Muyu slowly approached that skull that was emitting evil aura, and looking at the black-colored barrier, he no longer hesitated and stepped into it. Chapter 320. Hell on Earth. Corpses everywhere. Rivers of blood. Murderous aura. Evil aura overflowed the heavens. If Muyu saw this, he wouldn't be surprised at all. He wouldn't even blink his eyes because he was prepared to explore hell. He even took out his shadow clone sword and prepared to kill in all directions. He wanted to annihilate the evil beings of the evil sect. However, the white scene in front of him almost blinded his eyes. How was this the scene of hell? This was simply playing a big joke on Muyu. Several pairs of tender little hands suddenly reached out in front of him and touched his body. Accompanied by Ling Ling's laughter, two gorgeously dressed girls eagerly pulled Muyu's hands. All kinds of flirtatious looks were thrown at him, causing Muyu to be stunned. "Young master, this servant is yours tonight. You have to be responsible for this servant." A girl with heavy makeup wrapped her hands around Muyu's neck and whispered into his ear. She was so sweet that it gave people goosebumps. "Young master, I like your figure and your sword is very beautiful." Another beautiful girl kept rubbing against Muyu's body and gently stroked the shadow clone sword from the sword tip to Muyu's hand. Muyu's hand trembled and he quickly put away the shadow clone sword. "Shimon Wuji, this is hell on earth." Muyu's face immediately turned red. He saw that these two girls were wearing very casual clothes. It was as if their clothes were hanging on their bodies as they wished. The places that should be covered were not covered and the spring scenery was wantonly exposed. The last time he saw WN Wan's body, his head was already dizzy. WN did not purposely let him see, but these two girls' little hands were really touching his body. "That's right. This is the holy land of our evil sects. I already said that if a good righteous child like you who has never seen such a big scene came to our evil sect's holy land to find someone, you must have great willpower. Otherwise, you might get lost. Look, the little tent is already up. Your willpower is not strong enough." Shimon Wuji was currently hugging 4 or 5 girls and was extremely impudent. You didn't tell me that your evil sect's holy land is a brothel." Muyu's face was completely red. He finally understood why his master and Luo Shong did not want to come here and sent Muyu here. Clearly, they already knew that this was not a simple place. It was fine if Luo Shong tricked him, but why did his master also trick him? What brothel? This is hell on earth. Didn't you good youths say that Messi is the devil? Devils come from hell, this is the hell on earth. Shimon Wuji waved his hand and shooed away the 4 or 5 girls beside him. "Moreover, our grade is much higher than a brothel, you will understand." Muyu saw a certain part of the girl in front of him, and he could not help blushing and his heart beating faster. He was also a young and vigorous man, but at this moment, he could not control a certain part of his body and began to disobey. He finally understood what Shimon Wuji meant by strong willpower, excessive blood loss, and great psychological challenge. If his mother's willpower was not strong enough, then his nose would definitely bleed into a mess, and excessive blood loss would be inevitable. And for a good youth like him who had pure 3 views, it was definitely a huge challenge in his heart. Want, how about you two put on your clothes properly?" Muyu was extremely embarrassed. Without any psychological preparation, he was suddenly brought into a new world, and he was somewhat at a loss. "Does young master not like us to wear clothes?" These two girls began to unbutton their clothes with a charming smile, and from time to time rubbed against Muyu's body. Muyu felt that his brothers already couldn't wait to ascend to heaven, and his heartbeat also began to accelerate. No, you two make way, I am looking for someone. Muyu discovered that he seemed to have become as stuttering as a dead tree, so he tried hard to move his eyes away. Shimon Wuji was looking at Muyu with a grin in front of him. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and in his mind, he kept warning himself not to do anything wrong to Tianran. Then he recalled, no wonder just a moment ago Shimon Wuji said Tianran would appear in his mind, so it turned out this was the meaning, looking for someone, who doesn't come here to look for someone. The girl raised her hand and pointed, and Muyu unexpectedly saw a man and a woman on the branch of a banyan tree in front of him. The tree was violently shaking, and through the branches, he could see that the man was wearing a mask, his clothes were untidy, and his pants were missing from his lower body. This man's skin was fair, and he seemed to be a young man. And below the tree, there was a stone, and above the stone, two masked women were pressing down a white-haired masked man. Looking at the wrinkled skin on his body, one could tell that he should be an old man. He was clearly old and weak, and was very strenuous, and the two women on top of him were gasping for breath unceasingly. Muyu had a big headache. In the end, what the hell was this place? They were actually doing this kind of thing in broad daylight. Were they really so free? Everyone here was wearing a mask, so if they dared to do it, were they afraid of being recognized? He came with me, not looking for fun. Shimon Wuji deliberately waited for Muyu's face to turn white and red, then walked over to those two women and said. Those two women pouted, then unwillingly let go of Muyu. I said you don't like to come to this place. To be honest, I don't like to come here. Every time I come here, I feel sorry for those beautiful goddesses of the cultivation world, I feel guilty towards them in my heart. Shimon Wuji said in all seriousness. Muyu was very doubtful about this point. How could a shameless person like Shimon Wuji not like this place? Then the sun would really rise from the west. Some of the women here were wearing masks, but there were also some who didn't, but every man he saw was definitely wearing a mask. No matter if it was a man or a woman, their cultivation was very high, and the appearance of a woman without a mask could even be described as devastatingly beautiful. Shimon Wuji knew what Muyu was thinking, so he mysteriously said, everyone in our evil sect's holy land is willing. Do you know there is a word called dual cultivation? Sometimes when your cultivation reaches a bottleneck, you come here to have fun, maybe you can break through. So here, everyone is mutually beneficial. The masked men and women are all famous people in the cultivation world, they don't want others to know their identity. Muyu smacked his lips, he didn't believe Shimon Wuji's nonsense. If you ask me, this is completely unnecessary, people have innate needs, this is human instinct. Why is there a need to suppress it? This place is just a place for everyone to indulge. After all, not everyone likes to do it on the bed, maybe changing the environment will be more interesting. The wilderness is pretty good. Simon had the misfortune to comment on all kinds of people on the rockery, on the flowers, on the bushes, on the table, and on the swing. Muyu really wanted to beat this bastard up. He cursed in his heart. When he returned, he would look for Luo Shong and his master to settle the score. Why didn't he remind him at all? He thought that he would have to fight to the death. But he didn't expect that the people here were all bare-handed. Compared to the hell on earth of the evil sect, he would rather fight with 5th or 6th rank demon beasts for 300 round. While walking, Shimon Wuxing stared at those men and women messing around in the courtyard with great interest. He even pointed and said that this posture was not standard enough. If it was him, what would he do, and what would be the most perfect posture? Is Senior Xie Bu old man in this courtyard? Muyu resisted the urge to punch Shimon Wuji, and asked in a deep voice. Shimon Wuji looked around, then picked up a big stone and threw it into the pond in the courtyard, then a man and woman drilled out from the bottom of the pond, and loudly cursed Shimon Wuji. Shimon Wuji didn't pay attention to them, turned his head and said to Muyu, there is also no trace of him in the pond, seems like he ran into the room today. Muyu was dumbstruck looking at the man and woman who cursed Shimon Wuji and then sank to the bottom of the pond. He felt that he had really entered a new world, even underwater this kind of place can do this kind of thing. Good heavens! What kind of thing is going on underwater? His three views were completely overturned by the people here. These people, according to Shimon Wuji's words, were from a famous and upright sect. How could a famous and upright cultivator do this kind of thing here? Isn't this too unimaginable? Shimon Wuji rolled his eyes at Mu Yu, this country bumpkin, then walked towards the back of the courtyard in large strides. At the back of the courtyard, there were rows of rooms, and from time to time, all kinds of voices could be heard, making Mu Yu incomparably embarrassed. Shimon Wuji kicked open a room and loudly shouted, "Room manager, check the rooms, check the rooms. Is Siebiu old man in?" The man and woman who were rolling in the quilt immediately shouted. The man was wearing a mask, and he was unable to restrain his anger as he roared, "Shimon Wuji, get the F***K out of here. Do you believe that I won't cripple you?" Shimon Wuji snorted, and with a pa sound, he closed the door, then kicked open the next door, and was cursed out again. Which room is Siebiu old man in? Really? Looking room by room is really tiring. Shimon Wuji completely ignored those cursing people, and only minded his own business looking for Siebiu old man. Aren't you worried that they will fight you to the death? Mu Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and slightly distanced himself from Shimon Wuji. If something happened, he didn't want to stand on Shimon Wuji's side. Just now, there were at least 2 people in the room who were in the spirit-severing realm, and Shimon Wuji didn't have the slightest fear. His guts were really big. What are you afraid of? If they have the ability, then they can make a move. In this place, as soon as they make a move, we will know their background. The masks can hide their true appearance, but the techniques they use can't be hidden. Those who wear masks are people who have misgivings about their identity, and those who do this kind of thing in the room are even more serious about their identity. They don't dare to casually expose themselves. Shimon Wuji said without any fear. Mu Yu truly admired Shimon Wuji's courage. If it was him, he would definitely not provoke them, but if he didn't provoke them, then it would be impossible to find them in this place. Shimon Wuji was also very calm. So many people knew him, and he didn't care at all. The people of the evil sects were really not afraid of anyone. If they don't like it, then they don't have to come. Do you think that I am willing to charge them 100,000 spirit stones every time? Shimon Wuji muttered. Mu Yu was dumbfounded. 100,000 spirit stones every time? The holy land of the evil sects was actually such a luxurious place. 100,000 spirit stones? Why don't you just rob them? Mu Yu thought about the pitiful amount of spirit stones in his pocket. It seemed like he couldn't even gather enough spirit stones to enter this place. A pauper couldn't come here. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a pauper. He had too many high-level pills in his pocket. Spirit stones are just worldly possessions. You will understand in the future that the higher your cultivation, the more you need to indulge yourself. You don't have to say, someone here might be the righteous elder you usually see. 100,000 spirit stones every time is not a loss. Every man and woman here has a very high cultivation. Doing it once will be very beneficial to their cultivation. Shimon Wuji curled his lips. Nonsense, my master wouldn't do it. Mu Yu wouldn't believe even if he was beaten to death that his respected elder would come to this place. At least, if Dead Tree's cultivation was still there, he wouldn't come here. Even his green hair couldn't cover it. As for Feng Haochen, he wouldn't come all the way here. The two of them were devoted people, so they wouldn't do this kind of thing. Shimon Wuji mysteriously came over. Although your 2 masters aren't our guests here, that doesn't mean that the other sects aren't. Let me tell you, last time I saw an elder from the 8 gates, he was also here. It's a pity that he really isn't good in that aspect, so a certain elder sister from the Jade Gate was very dissatisfied. Of course, I can't tell you their identity. Although we don't have any scruples, the privacy of our customers is very important. This is the bottom line of doing business. Mu Yu didn't know if he should believe Shimon Wuji's words. How noble was the status of the 8 Gates elders? Would that kind of person really come here? As for the Jade Gate, that was the Jade Gate, the holy land of the goddess. If Shimon Wuji went out and said this, he would definitely be hunted down. Only people from the evil sects would be able to ruin someone's reputation like this. You don't understand. In the cultivation world, there are many cultivators who say one thing in front of others and another behind others. Many sanctimonious elders actually have needs in secret. In fact, there's nothing wrong with doing this kind of thing. It's just that those people from the righteous sects can't put down their face and insist on wearing a mask. If you ask me, their lives are really tiring. How many spirit stones is their face worth? Look at me, I'm very shameless. Oh, that's not right. I'm living a free and easy life. Shimon Wuji continued to kick the door. Not all of the doors could be kicked open. Some of the doors had restrictions placed on them, so he couldn't kick them open. Shimon Wuji didn't care about those doors that he couldn't kick open and continued to kick others. This was because he said that evil sects never lock their doors when doing this kind of thing. If they locked their doors, then they definitely weren't from the evil sects. Mu Yu was speechless. Not everyone would get angry from having their doors kicked open. Some people didn't even take Shimon Wuji seriously, as if this kind of thing was commonplace. When doing things, one must have a lot of concentration to be able to not be distracted. Sure enough, each and every one of them was a person with a firm will. Mu Yu couldn't help but admire them. When Shimon Wuji kicked the 18th door, he finally walked in. Mu Yu was 10 steps behind him. After hesitating for a bit, he also walked in. Seeing the situation on the bed, Mu Yu's face turned red. He quickly turned his face away. On the bed, there was a white-haired old man doing strange things with a woman. The quilt was kicked to the door. That old man's body was emitting an aura of death. It felt like he had one foot in the coffin, but he could still do this kind of thing. He was really not ordinary. In fact, he really wasn't ordinary. Because from Shimon Wuji's gloating expression, this old man was Xie Biyu Lao. Chapter 321. Old man, you still haven't finished. Shimon Wuji sat down, poured 2 cups of tea, and pushed 1 cup to Mu Yu. Mu Yu hesitated for a moment. He didn't know whether he should go out and wait or not. Others were doing something while he was drinking tea. No matter how he looked at this situation, it was very awkward. Not handsome. Go to the medicine hall of Danding sect and buy 2 vigorous soul-returning Dan. The old man's unclear voice came, and the bed shook, causing the floor to creak. Call me handsome Shimon, and I will give you vigorous soul-returning Dan. Shimon Wuji had already bought this kind of powerful medicine and was fiddling with it in his hand. Good disciple, quickly give it to your master. The old man said incoherently. Shimon Wuji muttered something in dissatisfaction, then threw the vigorous soul-returning Dan over. Mu Yu naturally knew about this vigorous soul-returning Dan. This kind of thing was used to supplement the body of a certain kind of incompetent man, and after taking it, he would become as fierce as a tiger. Danding sect refined all kinds of Dan, and then took it to various medicine halls of the 3 continents to sell. Including this, Mu Yu also knew a little bit about it. Danding sect's medicine hall definitely existed in 50 Li Garden. I will go outside and wait first. Mu Yu put down the teacup. Although his skin was usually very thick, but in this kind of situation, he was still far from Shimon Wuji's calm state of mind. Shimon Wuji was not an ordinary person. He was the golden boy of the evil sects, and his bad reputation in the world of cultivation was extremely high. Mu Yu was a serious youth, and this kind of matter was not something he could do without his face turning red and his heart skipping a beat. What are you doing? Sooner or later you will get used to this kind of thing. Shimon Wuji said from behind, getting some experience now will also help you grow in the future, right? Mu Yu pretended not to hear, quickly walked to the courtyard, and sat down in the pavilion of the courtyard. As a result, when he raised his head, he saw that there were actually 2 people lying in the air above the pavilion, doing something. Public morals are degenerating day by day. Mu Yu sighed and sat down on a rock garden. After confirming that there was no one around the rock garden, he lay down. His eyes, however, never left Xie Biyu Lao's room. It seemed like the great strength soul-returning pill bought by Shimon Wuji was the real deal. At least Mu Yu was bored to death waiting outside for nearly 4 hours, but Xie Bulao was still not done. As for Shimon Wuji, he was leisurely pointing here and there in the room. No one knew what he was doing. It seemed he was exchanging experiences with evil vigor. Mu Yu intentionally didn't want to listen, but Shimon Wuji's voice always floated into his ears from time to time. This posture is not good. It's not challenging at all. Don't hurt your waist. This movement is too difficult. I can still accept it, but an old man like you shouldn't try it. You didn't do it properly. Do you want me to demonstrate it to you? Shimon Wuji and Xie Bulao unexpectedly interacted with each other. Shimon Wuji truly didn't know how abnormal this fellow was. He could also blindly meddle in this kind of matter. The people of evil faction truly knew how to stir up trouble. Pure little brother, you can come in now. Just when Mu Yu was indulging in flights of fancy, Shimon Wuji's voice resounded. It seemed like Xie Bulao was done with his business. He could finally see Mu Yu. Why do I have to see him? Xie Bulao's voice was somewhat tired. Shimon Wuji should be telling him that someone had come to see him. You will be interested. Shimon Wuji greeted Mu Yu. Mu Yu calmed himself down. Xie Bulao was an extremely powerful person. Since he was able to negotiate with the demon race, it was enough to show that his means were exceedingly high. He was on the same level as Jian Ying and Chen Feng. Merely, Mu Yu didn't dare to flatter him. This old fellow was too indecent. Junior Mu Yu greets Senior Xie Bulao. Mu Yu lowered his head and respectfully greeted. Then, he slowly raised his head and looked at the old man who was sitting on the bed. Xie Bulao was wearing a navy blue robe. His robe was very luxurious, and there was a strange pattern embroidered on his chest. At first glance, he looked like an old man who was sticking out his tongue and making a funny face. But after looking carefully, he looked like a middle-aged man. As for the appearance of Xie Bulao, how was this an old man? This was clearly a middle-aged man. Mu Yu was bewildered as he looked at Shimon Wuji, who was sitting at the side drinking tea. Shimon Wuji didn't say anything. It seemed as if the matter of Mu Yu had nothing to do with him. He had seen this middle-aged man before. A few days ago, when he entered Luyin Garden, he was the first person he saw. At that time, he was lying on a rock and sleeping. He was woken up by Mu Yu. At that time, Mu Yu felt that the pattern on his chest was quite amusing. If this person was Xie Bulao, then who was that old man who was flirting with clouds and rain just now? You are Senior Xie Bulao? Mu Yu asked hesitantly. What? Could it be that there is someone who dares to use this name? The middle-aged man seemed to be looking for something on the ground. Mu Yu knew what he was looking for. He was looking for his shoes. But there wasn't any shoes on the ground. Then who was that senior just now? Mu Yu felt somewhat headache. Just a moment ago, he clearly saw a white-haired old man who was about to step into the coffin sitting on the bed where Xie Bulao was sitting. How come there was suddenly a different person? How could he play like this? Senior. Was I very old just now? Xie Bulao stared at Mu Yu. I recognize you. That day, you went to Luyin Garden. For Senior to remember this junior is in fear and trepidation. This junior asked my master to order me to return something to Senior. Mu Yu glanced at the bed from the corner of his eyes. At this moment, that woman who was flirting with this old man was wearing her clothes. Her figure was very good, but unfortunately, her face was covered by a mask. Presumably, she was also a lonely woman. She didn't say anything and just wore her clothes, then leisurely left. Old man, I think you should not do this kind of thing in the future. Once you do it, your body will become old. Fortunately, this female elder of inexhaustible cloud sect is tenacious, otherwise, who would be willing to do this kind of thing with you? Shimon Wuji said with a grin. Shut up. Even if I become old, I am willing. If I didn't like to do this kind of thing, you would probably still be in the brothel being defiled. Besides, how could that little girl not be willing to do this kind of thing with me? Xie Bulao snorted. Shimon Wuji's fabricated background was actually true. Was he really brought back from the brothel by Xie Bulao? Mu Yu was stunned. Was that old man also Xie Bulao? In other words, once he did that kind of thing, he would become incomparably old, and after doing that kind of thing, he would change back into a middle-aged man. What kind of martial technique did Xie Bulao practice to actually become like this? Oh, that's right. This pure little brother is the disciple of Jianying Chen Feng. He came here to look for you. Before Shimen Wuji could finish speaking, Mu Yu suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an icehouse. Sharp killing intent wrapped around him, and even his breath could be clearly seen. His blood flow also began to become sluggish, and he even felt as if he would be crushed into pieces if he moved even a little bit. Give me a reason not to kill you. Xie Bulao's voice sounded gentle and mellow, but Mu Yu could see that it contained great killing intent. Xie Bulao had once lost to Jianying Chen Feng, so he hated the words Jianying Chen Feng. Master asked me to give you something, and then ask you to do me a favor. Mu Yu operated Dust Sutra, and all the blood in his body became active again. After a good while, he took out the brocade box given to him by his master, then handed it over. Last time, I already helped him and returned the favor. I don't owe him anything anymore. As I said, everything related to Jianying Chen Feng must die. Xie Bulao didn't take the thing from Mu Yu, merely looked at Mu Yu and said, "The problem is, how should I kill you?" "Oh right, I will chop off one of your fingers first." But he didn't make a move on Mu Yu, instead looked at Shimen Wuji and asked, "You didn't chop off his finger?" "Why should I chop off his finger? I am a genuine disciple of evil sect, and I will never do anything against my heart," Shimen Wuji said without raising his head. "I knew you bastards wouldn't help me with this matter." Xie Bulao snorted. "Then tell me, which finger of his should I chop off?" Xie Bulao stared at both of Mu Yu's hands. Mu Yu didn't understand why evil sect's people were so against his fingers. Why did everyone want to chop off his fingers? Mu Yu looked at both of Xie Bulao's hands. His master couldn't have chopped off his fingers, right? But all of his fingers were fine, how could they be chopped off? "Senior, can't you take a look at the thing my master gave you?" Mu Yu said. He didn't open that thing to take a look. Feng Haochen told him not to open it. Although he was curious, he wouldn't disobey Feng Haochen's order. "I don't need the thing he gave me." Xie Bulao flicked his finger, and a sharp chi shot out and hit Mu Yu's hand. Mu Yu was startled in his heart. He was not only worried that this thing would be damaged, he was also worried whether he would be able to withstand the attack of Xie Bulao. Xie Bulao's cultivation was like a mountain in front of Mu Yu. However, he was able to persuade the demon race to not cause trouble for the human race. This was enough to prove that he was not ordinary. If this chi hit Mu Yu, the damage caused would be enough to kill Mu Yu. Xie Bulao's chi carried a heaven-destroying and earth-exterminating aura as it hit the brocade box. However, who would have thought that the brocade box would only flash with a golden light, and in an instant, Xie Bulao's chi disappeared without a trace. Xie Bulao abruptly stood up. He stared at that rag in disbelief. His mouth was slightly open, and his eyes never left that rag. "That bastard actually returned that thing to me." Xie Bulao suspiciously looked at Mu Yu. Mu Yu's body became light. Xie Bulao's oppressive aura disappeared without a trace. Even now, Mu Yu didn't know what that brocade box was, and what kind of treasure was inside it. However, he knew that this thing seemed to have moved Xie Bulao's heart, and there was a leeway to turn this matter around. Feng Haochen wouldn't let his disciple do something he wasn't sure of, and he had already considered this point. Shimen Wuji was also somewhat puzzled as he looked at the brocade box floating in midair. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he still didn't recognize this thing. What does he want me to do? Xie Bulao and Feng Haochen definitely had an endless grudge in the past. They were old rivals, so they definitely understood each other very well. Whatever the other wanted to do, they only needed one thing to figure it out. Set up several formation. What formation? Xie Bulao asked. 9 heavens sealing devil formation. Chapter 322. Xie Bulao sat on the bed like an ordinary person. He didn't release any spiritual energy from his body. Instead, he looked at Mu Yu thoughtfully. 4. Mu Yu had nothing to hide. Since he needed Xie Bulao's help, he would find out sooner or later. What kind of ability do you have? Xie Bulao asked calmly. Mu Yu kicked the chair beside him. Suddenly, many green branches sprouted from the chair. The branches took root and sprouted, blooming with vitality. They swayed slightly in the air. Xie Bulao touched the brocade box, but his eyes were fixed on the branches on the chair. He raised his eyebrows and said, Mu Yumeng's ability. It seems like he really went to do this. The Nine Heavens Demon Sealing Formation needs 3 people. Who else did he find? Deadwood Evergreen. Mu Yu said in a deep voice. Deadwood Evergreen? That Deadwood Evergreen who fought with Zhen Ying and Chen Feng for a woman? Interesting. He actually went to find that guy. Didn't they fight? Deadwood hasn't been beaten to death. Xie Bulao said in a gloating tone. Xie Bulao knew a lot of things. He even knew about this. Most people in the 3 continents probably didn't know that Zhen Ying and Chen Feng had a woman they liked. They also didn't know that Deadwood Evergreen would fight with a true god for a woman. In fact, if the cultivation world knew about this, it was needless to say that everyone would stand on the side of the true god and punish Deadwood Evergreen for overestimating himself. Outsiders only knew that Deadwood was a person who was good at using poison. Only those who knew how much sacrifice Deadwood had made for the woman he liked. Mu Yu wouldn't judge who Miao Yuyan should be with, but he would definitely protect that old man who wasn't good with words in front of everyone. Will Senior help? Mu Yu didn't like Xie Bulao's tone. Xie Bulao's eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, when he wanted to play with you guys, I didn't agree. Even now, I don't agree because I don't trust people like you who have human's ability. Xie Bulao's eyes flashed, and a huge pressure suddenly wrapped around Mu Yu's body. Mu Yu frowned. He supported himself on the chair, and vines grew out from the chair to wrap around his body. However, Xie Bulao's terrifying aura destroyed all the vines in an instant, turning them into powder. Mu Yu groaned as the Mu Ling sword appeared and transformed into the shadow of a body tree. It enveloped Mu Yu and isolated Xie Yolao's aura. The wood human's sacred items are in your hands. Xie Bulao was surprised. Senior wants to kill me? Mu Yu asked in a deep voice. Xie Yolao's imposing manner receded like a receding tide. He playfully asked, do you know what's inside? With a light tap of his fingertip, all the formation patterns on the brocade box appeared. Under Xie Bulao's guidance, all the formation patterns changed into specks of light which floated in the air. Then, a faintly discernible evil chi suddenly spread out from the brocade box. This evil chi came so suddenly. The instant the formation patterns dissipated, it immediately rushed out. The soul-shaking evil chi strangely fluctuated, and grey-colored spirit chi revolved around the brocade box. Shimon Wuji shrunk his neck, and suddenly revealed a surprised expression. He said, don't tell me this is the patter. Xie Bulao unfastened the buckle, and opened a slit of the brocade box. Dense evil chi suddenly sprayed out from the brocade box, as if the howl of evil spirit from hell was heard. Myriad of evil beings drilled out from the brocade box. These evil beings were of different shapes and sizes. They were neither human nor beast. They were purely evil. They instantly covered the entire room, and everything in the room was shrouded in a layer of evil chi. Everything in the room that was contaminated by evil chi suddenly emitted a strange dark red radiance. Chairs, tables, vases, everything seemed to have been bestowed with life. All of a sudden, everything came alive. 2 evil eyes actually appeared on some part of their body. It was impossible to tell whether those eyes belonged to a human or a demon beast. There was only the purest evil in those eyes. It was as if they were able to taint the purity of the world, making the entire world no longer have any beautiful things. Mu Ling's sword lightly trembled, and the radiance flourished again. Myriad of life force violently rushed out and separated all the evil chi. Mu Yu looked at that evil chi in fear. If not for the protection of Mu Ling, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to resist this evil chi. Everything in the room was demonized, and only Shimon Wuji and Xie Bulao were safe and sound. This is 6 evils. Shimon Wuji looked at that brocade box in disbelief. Sword Shadow Chen Feng returned 6 evils to you? Xie Bulao's eyes were filled with blazing radiance. Looking at the thing inside the brocade box, His body was unexpectedly slightly trembling. It seemed he was endlessly excited because of the return of this thing. Shortly afterwards, he lightly snorted, and all the evil chi suddenly disappeared without a trace. The things that were demonized in the room also returned to their original state, as if nothing had happened. Xie Bulao once again closed the brocade box, and at the same time, he used his spiritual power to cover the evil chi inside the brocade box. What the hell is this thing? Mu Yu was completely puzzled. The thing inside the brocade box didn't seem to be anything good. It actually had such a strange ability. When his master gave him this brocade box, he didn't tell him what was inside. But from the reaction of Xie Bulao and Shimen Wuji, he could guess that the evil thing inside was very important to Xie Bulao. Xie Bulao strangely looked at Mu Yu and said, "Brat, put away your Mu Ling. Go back and tell Sword Shadow Chen Feng that I can help you with this matter." Since he returned 6 evils to me, then I don't have any grudges with him. In the future, whether I kill him or not will depend on my mood. Although Xie Bulao agreed to help them lay down 9 heavens sealing devil formation, Mu Yu was still puzzled in his heart. He had never heard of 6 evils, so he didn't know much about the strength of evil sects. But this 6 evils was undoubtedly the most valuable treasure of evil sects. He wanted to ask clearly what 6 evils were, but Xie Bulao already impatiently waved his hand, telling him to leave quickly. "Do you need me to lead the way? You should remember the way back, right? Don't disturb other people's mood on the way back." Shimen Wuji snickered. When Mu Yu thought about how he would pass by those people on the way back, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Although this kind of scene was a feast for the eyes of many youths, it was a pity that Mu Yu didn't want to spend these thoughts on other women. In his heart, he felt guilty towards Tian Ran. He ran out with a red face, trying his best not to look at the flowers. Then, he left the hell on earth. Looking in the direction where there were fewer people, he turned into a small alley, pulled off the mask, and threw it away. Hell on Earth was located at 38 Mile Street in the 50 Mile Garden. Most of the people who came here were from the evil sect. Of course, there were also a lot of people with unknown origins. Most of them were doing all kinds of shady business here. There was a transportation array at the entrance of Hell on Earth. It wasn't connected to the other transportation arrays of the 50 Mile Garden. It was only used to transport those high and mighty cultivators here. It wasn't that cultivators didn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires. They cultivated all kinds of Tao techniques, and after a long time, they would feel empty and lonely. Some cultivators couldn't make any progress in their cultivation for a long time, so they came to Hell on Earth to indulge themselves. As long as they found a suitable partner, the pleasure between the two was enough to make them break through the barrier of cultivation. This was also the reason why so many big shots knew that this wasn't a proper place, but still quietly came here. Evil sects did this very well. They were only responsible for providing the place, but didn't ask about the identity. Therefore, they weren't afraid that someone would reveal their identity here and cause unnecessary scandals. Mu Yu didn't know where the transportation array was, so he planned to take a detour to find the shop all ways to leave 38 Mile Street. Just as he turned the corner, he saw a tall and sturdy middle-aged man walking towards him. And he just happened to take off his mask. Mu Yu was stunned for a moment. Damn, it was actually White Ape Demon King. White Ape Demon King also saw Mu Yu. He waved the mask in his hand and looked at Mu Yu maliciously. "It's you, kid." F***CK, your sister, old hairy monkey, why did a demon like you run to Hell on Earth? When Mu Yu saw the mask in his hand, he already knew where this guy came from. This Demon King deliberately revealed his identity last time and almost killed him. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat this guy, he would have wanted to find this bastard and ask for an explanation. White Ape Demon King's strength was very strong, but the 50 Mile Garden in the south didn't allow cultivators to casually fight on the streets. Therefore, Mu Yu didn't hold back when he saw White Ape Demon King. He didn't believe that White Ape Demon King would dare to blatantly fight him this time. White Ape Demon King said unhappily, "Kid, show some respect. This old man is also a Demon King. It's more than enough to kill you 1,000 times. Although you humans are forbidden to fight in this place, if I take you away, who do you think can stop me? Muyu thought about it and it seemed to be true. This demon king even broke out of the Danding sect, so the 50-mile garden in the south shouldn't be able to stop him. However, now that the threefold palace was protecting these extreme immortals, he had nothing to fear. White Ape Demon King's face showed a trace of intoxication and continued, "Hell on Earth is really a good place. I haven't felt so good in 1,000 years. It's really good to come here and indulge and let those famous righteous fairies and saintesses serve me." Muyu's face was full of black lines. He wondered which unlucky woman was having fun with the Demon King. If that female cultivator knew that he was having sex with an ape, he wondered if she would be so ashamed that she would commit suicide. "By the way, what are you doing here?" White Ape Demon King looked up and down at Muyu and suddenly showed a trace of anger. "Kid, did you also go to Hell on Earth?" F***ck, last time my Xiao Shui went back, she was in a daze. "You little bastard dare to cheat on her. Cheat on your sister. Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? I just came here to settle accounts with Shimon Wuji," Muyu said with some lack of confidence. Although he didn't come to Hell on Earth for the matters between men and women, but he still saw some things that were not suitable for children, which polluted his very pure heart. Originally, he thought that he should be a calm person, but unfortunately, he was in his prime and almost couldn't control himself. Just now, the messy evil fire on his body spread all over his body. White Ape Demon King looked at Muyu suspiciously and snorted, "Kid, I don't care what you came here for, but if you dare to betray my Xiao Shui, I will definitely peel off your skin. I'm not afraid of those people from the three-layered palace. If you don't believe me, you can try. Quickly find a time to hold the wedding. Oh, right, you have to be a son-in-law. My Xiao Shui won't get married." Chapter 323. Without another word, Muyu turned around and walked away. If he continued talking with this guy, he reckoned that he would really be forcibly taken back to be his son-in-law. With the fearless personality of the White Ape Demon King, it was very likely that he would do such a thing. Now that the human race had tacitly acknowledged the existence of the White Ape Demon King, those hidden seniors of the human race wouldn't make a move against the White Ape Demon King. Basically, no one in the cultivation world would dare to provoke him. "Hey, don't go, I'm not done yet. Damn it, I don't even like a little bastard like you. I really don't know how my daughter fell in love with you. Do you think I want to be your father-in-law in name only? Do you know how shameful it is to have a human as a son-in-law? But I'm a more open-minded person. I won't interfere with who my goddaughter likes. However, she has to go through my layers of checks. Our demon race also has a lot of young demon kings pursuing Xiao Shui. I like them more." The White Ape Demon King rambled on behind Muyu. Muyu cursed the ancestors of the White Ape Demon King in his heart. Couldn't this guy be a proper demon king and take out his dignity to interfere with Xiao Shui's marriage? Since this old hairy monkey liked the demon race so much, what was the use of telling him? "There's really nothing between me and Xiao Shui. I've already told her clearly that we are innocent. Don't worry about me snatching away your Xiao Shui." Muyu helplessly spread out his hands. However, the White Ape Demon King suddenly grabbed Muyu's collar and angrily said, "Little bastard, do you think that my Xiao Shui isn't worthy of you? Didn't you dislike me?" Muyu was a little confused. She thought to herself, "I must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have met such a rude and unreasonable old monster like the White Ape Demon King. Is his brain damaged?" He was obviously dissatisfied with him. He had already followed his wishes and laid his cards on the table with Xiao Shui, but now he was looking for trouble. "Of course I don't like you, brat. But Xiao Shui can't forget you. You have to take responsibility for Xiao Shui." The White Ape Demon King's face was filled with anger. "Take responsibility? Then I'll find a time to do as you say and marry her," Muyu said perfunctorily. "Brat, are you a toad that wants to eat swan meat? There are hundreds of thousands of young men who want to marry Xiao Shui. You're nothing. F***ck. Didn't you just ask me to marry her? If I don't marry her, then tell me, how am I going to be responsible for her? Should I be responsible with my mouth and keep my physical body at a distance? In any case, you're not allowed to fall in love with any girl until Qiao Shui falls in love with someone else. Demon King, Auntie Wang's bun shop at 6 Mile Street is very delicious. What does it have to do with me that her buns are delicious? Then who Qiao Shui and I like is none of your business. Damn it. You're asking for a beating. Mu Yu was about to explode from anger when the White Ape Demon King grabbed his collar. However, he suddenly recalled Qiao Shui's ability to control water and came to a realization. Like him, Qiao Shui should have used the Ninth Heaven's sealing devil formation to seal away Spirit Lord Yu Meng. Alright. Then I need to see Qiao Shui. Mu Yu said solemnly. The White Ape Demon King shook his head and said, No, my daughter is not someone you can see whenever you want. Wouldn't that be too degrading? Mu Yu almost jumped up and said angrily, Then what the F***ck do you want? On one hand, you're urging me to take responsibility and on the other hand, you're not letting me see her. Are you crazy? The White Ape Demon King let go of Mu Yu and said, I need to determine if you're sincere to Qiao Shui. If Qiao Shui is willing to marry you, then I can't stop her. But first, you have to swear a few hundred oaths to never betray her. Then, you have to help me do some things. Also, you have to kowtow to me a few times and call me father-in-law. The kowtow has to be loud. If it's too soft, it won't count. Mu Yu had seen shameless people like Shimon Wuji, but he had never seen someone as shameless as the White Ape Demon King. He said angrily, Old hairy monkey, you better find someone else as your son-in-law. If you want to find this kind of son-in-law, I suggest you look for Thunder God. He will definitely kowtow to you until the sky shakes. I want to see Qiao Shui to talk to her about a matter. This matter is related to the Spirit Lord Shui Yu Meng's power in her body. The White Ape Demon King suddenly became alert. When Mu Yu said Spirit Lord Shui Yu Meng, a demonic radiance appeared in his eyes and the sloppy expression on his face disappeared. What matter is related to the Spirit Lord Shui Yu Meng's power? The White Ape Demon King asked in deep voice. Mu Yu straightened his collar and looked all around. From time to time, people wearing masks would pass through the small alley, hurriedly coming and going from hell on earth. This is not the place to talk. Mu Yu said very seriously. The White Ape Demon King suspiciously sized up Mu Yu. When he saw that Mu Yu didn't seem to be joking, he heavily snorted and said, You come with me. If I find out that you are lying, I will kill you and sell you to the bun shop. Mu Yu had already cursed the 38th generation ancestor of the White Ape Demon King in his heart. He was always the one who had bad luck. Meeting Xie Bulao was already enough to make him suffer. Now, he had to meet White Ape Demon King who had lived for several thousand years. If not for Qiao Shui, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this muddy water with the White Ape Demon King even if he was beaten to death. The White Ape Demon King swaggered along with Mu Yu and left the 38th Mile Street and arrived at the 25th Mile Street. The 25th Mile Street was the place where the White Ape Demon King stayed. Mu Yu didn't feel like asking him why he came to the territory of the human race. However, this time, he came alone. There were no other members of the demon race. After the demon race transformed into their human form, they would more or less retain the characteristics of their demon race body. Therefore, they would be easily recognized in the territory of the human race. However, the White Ape Demon King didn't look any different from a normal person except for his exuberant white hair. Speak. The White Ape Demon King closed the door and stared at Mu Yu. It seemed that if Mu Yu dared to say a single wrong word, he would immediately contact the owner of the bun shop. Mu Yu unceremoniously sat down and said, You should know that if Qiao Shui isn't careful, she will fall into an unconscious slaughter. If she doesn't wake up in time, the Spirit Lord Yu Meng's power in her body will destroy her. Only I can solve this problem. The White Ape Demon King's face finally showed a rare trace of seriousness. He asked in surprise, How do you know? When she was in the second layer of heaven, she almost lost control in order to save you. If I didn't wake her up in time, she would still be fighting with the demon beasts in the second layer of heaven. Mu Yu said unhappily. The White Ape Demon King asked, Then what's the solution you mentioned? My master wants to arrange a ninth heaven sealing demon formation to seal the Spirit Lord Yumeng's power in our bodies so that we won't lose control. However, we will still have Spirit Lord Yumeng's power. Mu Yu didn't hide it. Although the White Ape Demon King always looked like he deserved a beating, he was very concerned about Xiao Shui. It wasn't a big deal to let him know about this. Us? You too? The White Ape Demon King asked in surprise. Mu Yu tapped the table with his finger, and many green sprouts sprouted from the table again. He felt very helpless. This was the second time today that he made the table sprout. Spirit Lord Yumeng's power is in your body. The White Ape Demon King seemed to have thought of something and said, "So that's why you helped us escape in the second layer of heaven?" "I did help Xiao Shui. You were just basking in Xiao Shui's glory. I didn't intend to save you." Mu Yu curled his lips. The White Ape Demon King resisted the urge to beat up Mu Yu and said, "How confident are you?" "I don't know how confident I am. In any case, I believe that my master won't harm me." "Naturally, he won't harm Xiao Shui. Where is Xiao Shui now? Let me talk to her." Mu Yu said. "Who is your master? How can he have such great power?" The White Ape Demon King asked. Mu Yu rolled his eyes. Now, everyone in the cultivation world knew that his master was the famous Jianying Chenfeng of the third layer of heaven. Only this guy didn't know. It was really strange. My master is Jianying Chenfeng. Speaking of which, even if you don't know Jianying Chenfeng, you should have heard of the true god who defeated the five Spirit Lord Yumeng more than 100 years ago, right? Mu Yu knew that the White Ape Demon King was a demon king from several thousand years ago. 100 years ago, the White Ape Demon King was still trapped in the second layer of heaven. Now that he had returned to the third layer of heaven, he should at least have a rough understanding of the human race's situation. "Your master is Jianying Chenfeng? What? That guy is still alive?" the White Ape Demon King asked angrily. Mu Yu felt that this was very strange. He thought that this guy had lost his mind again. He said, "Of course my master is still alive. Speaking of which, why are you making such a fuss? My master is not of the same generation as you." The White Ape Demon King's eyes flickered. After a while, he sneered and said, "It seems that your master didn't tell you something." "What? Is he planning to keep it a secret?" "Keep it a secret? Keep what secret? You know my master." Mu Yu felt that the White Ape Demon King's words were a bit strange. The White Ape Demon King was immortal. How could he know his master? The White Ape Demon King said playfully, "Not only do I know Jianying Chenfeng, but I also know Xiabulao. Let me think. The nine heavens sealing demon formation must have been set up by the two of them together." Mu Yu remembered that Xiabulao had gone to the Azure Dragon Demon King to negotiate. He guessed that the White Ape Demon King was also there at that time. It made sense that the White Ape Demon King knew Jianying Chenfeng and Xiabulao. "It seems that there are some things that you don't know. It seems that I can't wait to see Jianying Chenfeng. Go back and tell your master that I will go. Not only will I go, but I will also settle the debt from 4,000 years ago." The White Ape Demon King's face revealed a trace of ominous glint. 4,000 years of debt? What does that have to do with my master? My master wasn't even born at that time, right? Mu Yu asked, puzzled. "Don't worry about it. I will bring Xiao Shui over in 2 days. You can go now," the White Ape Demon King said impatiently. Mu Yu stood up and told the White Ape Demon King his address. He then left the White Ape Demon King's residence with a head full of questions. He felt that something was wrong. His master was a modern person, but the White Ape Demon King was a person from several thousand years ago. How could they be related? Did his master have other secrets that he didn't tell him? Although the lifespan of a cultivator was longer than that of an ordinary person, Mu Yu remembered that there was no one like the Demon King who could live for several thousand years without dying. An ordinary cultivator's lifespan was at most 200 years, which was twice as long as that of an ordinary person. In short, Mu Yu's mind was in a mess along the way. After this trip, he felt that there were many things that he couldn't understand. First of all, when he went to find Xiabulao, What were the 6 evils that Xie Bulao had mentioned? Why would such a demonic thing cause Xie Bulao's attitude to change so drastically? Next, there was the White Ape Demon King. Why would the White Ape Demon King want to settle the debt from 4,000 years ago with Jianying Chenfeng? What did the White Ape Demon King's matter from 4,000 years ago have to do with Jianying Chenfeng? Jianying Chenfeng no longer had his original cultivation. If the White Ape Demon King had any evil intentions, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Chapter 324. Master, I'm sorry. I don't know why the White Ape Monster King wants to settle a debt from 4,000 years ago with you. I just suddenly met the White Ape Monster King and wanted to seal the power of Spirit Lord Shui Yumeng in Xiaoshue's body. I didn't cause any trouble, right? The first thing Mu Yu did after returning was to tell his master about this matter. Feng Haochen smiled faintly. It's fine. You didn't do anything wrong. Xiaoshue's matter is much more important than the White Ape Monster King's debt. Master, what is this debt from 4,000 years ago? You weren't even born 4,000 years ago, so what does it have to do with him? Mu Yu was still puzzled. You'll understand in the future, Feng Haochen said. Don't worry, the White Ape Monster King can't do anything to me. Mu Yu knew that his master didn't want to explain. He really wanted to ask, but he held back in the end. Just as he walked out, Xiong Nan suddenly leaned over mysteriously and said, Junior brother, how does it feel to go to hell on earth? I heard from second senior brother that it's not simple. Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hell on earth was indeed not simple. It was too unbridled and unsuitable for Mu Yu. He said helplessly, Senior brother, if I had known, I would have given this opportunity to you. Keep pretending. You'll probably be overjoyed after going there, right? Luo Shong suddenly walked over from the corner and glanced at Mu Yu disdainfully. Damn it. If you like going there so much, why did you let me go? Mu Yu was furious when he thought of Luo Shong. This task should have been given to Luo Shong, but this bastard didn't tell him what it was, and he didn't even tell his master. He had the mentality of going to the battlefield and fighting 1,000 rounds with the enemy. In the end, he was directly welcomed by the spring scenery, and he almost couldn't control himself. Hell on earth was truly a garden full of spring. If you can't even resist this, how can you resist the temptation of Spirit Lord Yumeng? I'm only giving you a chance to train. Don't tell me you've already fallen for it. Luo Shong looked at Mu Yu very coldly. Fallen for it, your sister. Mu Yu pointed at Luo Shong's nose and cursed, but Luo Shong only snorted and left. Having been to hell on earth once, Mu Yu didn't want to go there a second time. A young man with high moral values wouldn't be able to accept it. In the following days, everything became very peaceful. Xie Bulao asked Shimen Wuchang to tell them that he would come here in 5 days, so they were no longer anxious. Then again, 4 years ago, Chengyang and the others had been living here ever since they left the Moyun mountain range. Everyone's life was very low-key, unlike Mu Yu who went around causing trouble. The cultivation world was always in an uproar because of Mu Yu. That place was always busy. Mu Yu had been defending his actions. It was always trouble that came to him, and he accidentally blew the matter out of proportion. Besides, there were some things that he had no choice but to do. Of course, his defense was very weak. In this courtyard, Mu Yu's cultivation wasn't the highest, but his reputation was the biggest. Humans' activities in the 3 continents were becoming more and more frequent. Many human residences were secretly attacked by the human. Many mortal residences had set up array formations to resist the human. No one had found out how Yumeng had invaded Misty Breath City back then. However, after learning from Misty Breath City's mistakes, all the cities had strengthened their defenses to avoid a repeat of what had happened in Misty Breath City. Chengyang and Luo Shong had been tracking humans' movements. They discovered that the vicinity of Lanshi City seemed to be the humans' base on the 3 continents. However, every time they went to search, they only found some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The humans' true strength was basically undiscovered. Mu Yu also gave a rough account of how he left the Moyun mountain range. Even Fenghouchen couldn't help but praise humans' creativity in array formations. Kumu basically didn't speak for the past few days. He had a lot of opinions about Fenghouchen and didn't want to talk to Mu Yu. Other than Mu Yu, no one else would accompany him to relieve his boredom. Finally, one day, he said that he wanted to go out and get something. "You really don't need me to go with you?" Mu Yu asked as he leisurely lay on the hammock where Xiong Nan usually lay. "You're not a 3-year-old child. Why should I accompany you?" Kumu left without looking back. However, not long after he left, he ran back with an ashen face and kicked Mu Yu. "Still sleeping? Hurry up and follow me." Kumu's expression was very ugly. Mu Yu yawned and asked, "Didn't you say you don't need me to accompany you? Why do you want me to follow you?" "Cut the crap. Just follow me when I tell you to," Kumu said angrily. Okay. Mu Yu stretched and walked slowly behind Kumu. Then he knew why Kumu wanted him to accompany him when he went out. It turned out that WNWAN, this evil woman, had been waiting for Kumu outside. "Aya, uncle, why are you running so fast? I can't even catch up." WAN smiled sweetly. Mu Yu resisted the urge to laugh out loud and quietly said to Kumu, "Old man, why don't you just follow her? Maybe you can conquer her and try to get her to turn over a new leaf." Kumu unceremoniously slapped Mu Yu on the back of his head and scolded, "Why don't you go follow Xiao Hong and see if you can get her to turn over a new leaf?" When Mu Yu heard that, he tactfully kept quiet. Xiao Hong was a deadly weapon to him. He couldn't afford to offend Xiao Hong. Wherever the two of them went, WNWN would always appear like a shadow, which made Kumu very annoyed. However, Mu Yu was also helpless. He couldn't drive WAN away. He thought that it was fortunate that this dogskin plaster didn't stick to him. Otherwise, he would also feel very annoyed. Kumu took Mu Yu away from Liu Li Street and came to Ju Li Street. They walked to an elegant clinic and stopped in front of it. "Why are we here at a clinic?" Mu Yu looked at the clinic called Qingyu in confusion. In fact, medical centers were very common in the cultivation world. Cultivators would often fight each other until their heads were broken and bleeding. Some injuries could be treated by themselves, but there were many injuries that still needed to be treated by others. Especially the injuries caused by some demonic beasts, which were poisonous and couldn't be treated by oneself. Most people would choose an alchemist to treat their injuries, but it was too expensive to hire an alchemist. Therefore, there were also some cultivators who weren't alchemists who specialized in researching how to treat injuries. For example, Kumu was researching this. The purpose of his research was actually to treat others. It was just that his hair had turned green because of the poison, so he wasn't liked by others. Kumu didn't answer him and walked straight in. A strong smell of herbs hit him in the face. These herbs were all elixirs for treating injuries. Mu Yu couldn't be more familiar with these things. What greeted his eyes was rows of medicine cabinets marked with all kinds of herbs. The smell of all kinds of herbs came from the medicine cabinets. At this moment, there was a big man sitting on a chair in the clinic. His arm was bleeding profusely. His wound was a strange purple color and there were a few deep claw marks. It was a shocking sight, as if it was made by some kind of demonic beast. The big man's eyes were closed and his face was as white as a sheet of paper. Next to him, there was a male and female doctor using all kinds of elixirs to treat the big man. The two doctors used all kinds of methods to stop the big man's bleeding, but it was useless. This is the poison of the Rahu lizard. This kind of poison is very difficult to deal with. We need 7-age grass and martial bamboo root. Xiaomin, do we still have these two herbs? The male doctor's left hand emitted light blue spirit energy to protect the wound as he asked with a serious face. The male and female doctor were husband and wife. They were famous doctors in the 50-mile garden in the south. The man's name was Ji Zitang and the woman's name was Ji Yu Xiaomin. They were both around 30 years old. They were both nascent soul-stage cultivators and were proficient in treating all kinds of demonic beasts and injuries caused by battles in the cultivation world. Most cultivators who relied on hunting demonic beasts to make a living would come here to seek treatment if they were accidentally injured by demonic beasts. I'll go take a look. Jiyu Xiaomin quickly walked towards the medicine cabinets. When she passed by Ku Mu, she suddenly looked at him with some confusion and said, "If you two have any injuries, please wait a moment. We still have an injured person here." After she finished speaking, she went to look through the medicine cabinets. Ku Mu didn't say anything. He just found a chair and sat down. Mu Yu didn't know why he suddenly came here, but he saw WN leave with a frown as soon as she stepped into the clinic. It seemed that she didn't like the smell inside. He laughed in his heart. Perhaps Ku Mu came here to avoid WN. Zitang, we ran out of 7-age grass. What should we do? Jiyu Xiaomin shouted. Ran out? No, you have to quickly go to 100 Herb Hall and see if they have any more of this herb. His wound has been infected for 20 hours. Once the poison of the Rahu lizard exceeds 24 hours, it can't be cured. Ji Zitang anxiously replied. Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. Jiyu Xiaomin hurriedly replied and wanted to go out. Don't waste time. Go there and use Blue Wave Ice Thundergrass and Golden Flame Willow Leaf instead of 7-age grass. He can be treated, Ku Mu said indifferently. Jiyu Xiaomin suddenly stopped. She looked at Ku Mu in confusion again and said, "Fellow Daoist, how do you know?" "I experimented." Ku Mu glanced at Mu Yu. Mu Yu almost spat out blood. That's right. Needless to say, he was the test subject. When they were in the valley, Ku Mu didn't treat him as a human at all and tested all kinds of poisons on him. Mu Yu could only curse and find a tree to cure the poison that couldn't be cured. Are you sure? I've never heard of these two herbs. Jiyu Xiaomin frowned. Go and try it. Looking at the color of his wound, I estimate that he won't even live for an hour. You won't make it in time to go to 100 Herb Hall to buy herbs from here, Ku Mu said calmly. Jiyu Xiaomin was a little hesitant, but Mu Yu had already said, "Don't worry. My family's old man is right. I've also been poisoned by the Rahu lizard. At that time, the one who poisoned me was an eccentric stuttering old man who didn't know how to care for the younger generation. I can't be wrong." Ku Mu glared fiercely at Mu Yu. Because there were many types of demon beasts and countless herbs in the cultivation world, many kinds of poisons were discovered through experiments by doctors. There was no exact pattern. When Jiyu Xiaomin heard that Mu Yu was treated like this, she didn't hesitate and hurriedly went to get the two herbs. "Xiaomin, what's wrong with you? Why are you taking these two herbs?" Ji Zitang was a little angry. Just now, those two people said that they used these two herbs to detoxify the poison. I feel that one of them is very familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. I think he's right. Jiyu Xiaomin wanted to say something but stopped. Are they doctors or are we doctors? We've never tried this kind of detoxification method before. What if something happens? Ji Zitang said, "Hurry up and buy the 7-age grass." Ku Mu frowned and said to Mu Yu, "Go and help them detoxify the poison." Mu Yu was quite helpless. He just came out to be a bystander. Why did he have to become a doctor? However, he still walked over and said, "Hey, hurry up and move aside. Don't waste any more time. Fellow Daoist, what are you doing? Don't disturb our treatment." However, Mu Yu had already pushed Ji Zitang away impatiently. He had the strength of an out-of-body stage, so it was more than enough to deal with Ji Zitang. He took the two herbs from Jiyu Xiaomin's hands and skillfully crushed them into powder. He then took the martial bamboo root from the side and squeezed out the juice from the martial bamboo root. He mixed it with the Blue Wave Ice Thundergrass and then added the Golden Flame Willow Leaf. As soon as the Golden Flame Willow Leaf was mixed, it instantly emitted an unpleasant smell. The powder in Mu Yu's hand also turned into a pool of golden liquid that gently wriggled. The golden liquid looked like a beating heart, contracting and closing. He spread the golden liquid evenly over the wound on the injured person's arm. The liquid gently pulsed and then slowly seeped into the wound. The man's pale face finally had a trace of color. The wound on his arm also stopped bleeding, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Alright, he just needs to rest for 4 to 6 hours. He should wake up. Mu Yu patted the residue off his hand and sat back down beside Ku Mu under Ji Zitang and Ji Yu Xiaomin's shocked gazes. You two are. Ji Zitang quickly walked over and sized up Mu Yu. Then, his gaze landed on Ku Mu. Suddenly, his eyes widened. You're shopkeeper Ku Mu? Shopkeeper Ku Mu? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.